Okay. Um, yeah, it's very, very exciting 1 hour. And and it was, what I really liked was how basically it just kind of segued from one theme to another. And we actually ended with a circle of sharing what is it that we would like to try in each of the spaces that we are part of as an experiment that, going forward from here. So just to, and given the time, I'm just going to kind of briefly just touch upon some of the key insights. So one is, we often find that the causes of the problems that we face, like for example, economic crisis and so on and so forth, are really outside of our immediate realm of decision making. It's happening elsewhere, there is war happening elsewhere, decisions made in World Economic Forum and so on and so forth, and developed countries. What do we do? Do we keep hoping that they will do something different, which will change our lives? And we were saying that that can't be the source of hope, and how do we start the change from ourselves, and what are little experiments that we can try which actually can become a model which is a little more holistic and powerful. So we started off with that discussion. And we saw how there are inspirations from within the community working with either the 4 Mother Powers or Ashtalakshmi or various things. This is primarily in terms of valuing what an organization is generating, so non-economic metrics and so on, which has been discussed in the panel from the morning. We've been talking about it in various ways. So there's a possibility of saying that somebody from Pondicherry University said, I'm interested to see how we can take this to education. So there is one collaboration that we said we can explore and see where it takes us. So that's one thread that kind of came up. The second is to see, in the Samudra Manthan, there was a discussion about Shiva being the person who was holding the poison. What will it mean in a collective like ours? And then we talked about how this could possibly be the collective's responsibility and not, put it on one particular individual. And what are some practices that we can then get into, which will allow for this poison to be held and churning to happen at the same time. So we thought of trying out a couple of experiments in the next few months and at least start conversing around possible experiments. So that's another thread that we have picked up. There was a very interesting discussion about shared leadership and shared power. This actually took a bulk of our conversation, where there was an experience from a school which is trying out a process which hears everybody's voice, and often the pace at which the school can move is very, very slow because everybody is pulling it in, 45 different directions. I'm just throwing a number. And what does it really mean to bring in a certain convergence and make decisions and so on? So there was a contrast, and I wish to just take a minute to share a story. There was a contrast shared by Pragnya about choir. How everybody had ideas as to what songs to sing, practice, and so on and so forth. But they felt like the person who is anchoring the choir is the person who is most competent, and everybody agreed to her authority for the choir. And then people said, yes, I trust this person to hold this with dignity and honor and so on and so forth. And each person committed to a certain practice of excelling in their own voice, practicing and so on and so forth, come for collective practice, not too loud, not too soft, and so on and so forth. So what does it really mean to step away from the typical pyramidical hierarchical model, nor have this cacophony of voices, but have a certain trust-based authority for a given task, depending on the function. So we had quite a bit of discussion around that. And how do we basically bring in different styles of leadership as and when they are required? And what is, how can the collective then step back and say, do we need this kind of leadership now? Do we need another kind? So what are some processes required for that? Because sometimes when people get a chair, they don't want to get up. So I'm not talking about you three. So, so what could that mean? So we talked about that, and perhaps some experiments around that as well. And here we talked about how often there is a lot of voices. There is some North Star, but there is nothing synthesizing these voices towards the North Star. We talked about that. And so therefore, what is a process that we can invest in which synthesizes these voices towards the North Star And then allow people to self-select, saying that, hey, this part of the activity I'm excited about. I'm interested in, let's say, the visitors' access to Matra Mandir. I'm interested in organization design. I'm interested in working with children. And can I stand up and say that, hey, this is going to be my deployment of my sadhana? So we actually ended with a beautiful list of 12 different things that each one of us wishes to try in our own context. And we also ended with a question saying that, often this word individual sadhana gets talked about a lot, but what is it truly in service of? If it's in service of the cave that I keep going back to, then is that going to create a collective? And if I drop that every time I have to get into the world of action, then why am I here, in a place which values individual sadhana? So what does it really mean to have discussions around what is this in service of? So I think we kind of ended on that note and said maybe these are conversations we can take back to our communities, because we had a diverse group of people. Each group had a question of individual sadhana, so can we take back and have these conversations in our communities? So that's basically a quick summary. Anything else the group wishes to add, which... Thank you.
So we had a nice, small, intimate group. I think the key central theme of our conversation was when we speak of collective sadhana, and in a setting where you have a person as kind of the head of the collective, where everybody kind of, has chosen as the head, and there are some specific rules, guidelines, and, practices. So that's one kind of setting. And the other setting, we were 4 or 5 of us from Auroville, where we don't have, in a human form, a central leader that's alive. And we are all kind of aligning to the supreme truth, to the divine in our own way, and there are very little rules. So a lot of the conversation was around that. And even in spaces where there is a human head, one of the persons shared that what happens when I don't align with that person's way of being, and I feel in fact more constricted than feel being held by the collective. So and then the examples of nature were shared. That is there something that we can learn from how nature evolves, and how different examples where there need not be like we have the whole body as an organism, and there are different parts that play a certain function. And can there be a model where there is no one leader, but the whole as a collective, what Manoj spoke about, the group soul, and the high ideal of a divine anarchy, which is a very high ideal, that where each person is attuned to the higher truth, and there is kind of a movement. And then, of course, there were conversation that's the high ideal that we have, but if I can't even see that in one small group, are we too far from that ideal? So there were, I think, a lot of conversations and sharing around that. And then we also took a moment to kind of step back and say, okay, what is it in terms of one step or a few steps that each of us would like to take in our kind of collective setting? And what came up is, okay, I can actually step up and share, in smaller groups. I think what kind of was brought in is, which even Raghu brought in, is that in most communities, the Kudam spaces that he spoke of, spaces where you can come together, have this churning, have these, sharing, which would then actually prevent conflicts. So those, if they are missing, and he brought in the perspective of how kind of if there is only one power which is established as the force, then it kind of tries to shut down other forms of power and spaces which can really bring in these conversation and these churnings. So I think a few people shared that how they would want to step up and really have these spaces of sharing and churning, and invite community members into that. There were some intentions shared of how to identify even a smaller collective where we see there is resonance, and can we do experiment or research-based understanding, research-based exploration to really say, okay, within a small group, can we find what creates resonance, what kind of facilitates, collective sadhana, and then, move on from there. So what would an at-scale embodiment of collective sadhana look like was one of the questions posed, which is what kind of Auroville has been attempting to do at scale. But the same thing, if we are not there at scale, can we at least identify in smaller groups and see what's working, and then what would it take for it to all come together in the spirit of what Auroville's ideals are. Some of the important points that came up was the need to have intergenerational voices. I think often if that is missing, then we don't get the voices from the youth. So some of our deepest sharing came from the youngest person, in the circle. So how do we ensure that intergenerational voices are kind of allowed to come in? Yeah, these were kind of some of the key sharings. If from the group, anybody wants to add anything.
Yeah, that it's not so much the problem of leadership, but it's the problem that leadership is not... You can't hear me? Okay. Just 2 seconds. Thank you. That it's not so much a problem of leadership, but it's the problem of leadership not being enough in the process of churning, or... yeah, that was because we need leadership. But it's the how and the process, and in all walks of life. I think we talked about that also. Anything, everybody?
Naveen?
Hello, everybody. A little difficult to do justice to such a rich conversation that happened in the room, but I'll quickly try and just bring out some main points that have come up. Some of the themes that came up were around the current state of the world and a certain sadness that some of the people in the conversation are feeling. Some of us are feeling around, the kind of the world today, which is sort of seems to be getting more and more divisive, polarized. Very GDP-centric, top-down control, very anthropocentric, human-centric, in a sense, masculine-centric, not enough art, not enough nurturing of or space for the feminine to flow. So a few people sort of expressed a certain hurt and sadness around where the world seems to be today. And the importance of communities that are looking at both individual and collective sadhana were also mentioned. A couple of examples, of course, one is Auroville. We're also lucky to have somebody from Sri Lanka sort of nurturing the Sarvodaya community, and we will get to hear about it tomorrow more. We also spoke a little bit about the challenges faced by some of these communities. I can't go into great detail right now, but it's a plug for tomorrow's session. Yeah. Okay. So there were also some sharings around how individual sadhana, though a lot of people seem to emphasize on it, is not enough. It is important. It has its place, but it's also very important to deepen collective sadhana. And what does that mean? So there was questions around that. So there's a clear recognition that individual sadhana alone is not enough. It's important, but not enough. And we had some lovely sharings, especially by Amrit, around Tuan as well, but Amrit and Tuan primarily, around the similarities between the ashram and Auroville. They're both communities that are looking at individual and collective sadhana. They have their own similarities. They also have their own differences, not in an opposition kind of differences, but they have different flavors. So a good amount of that came out in their sharing, and fascinating. But maybe you can catch them when you find them, Amrit and Tuan. They'll go into greater detail about it. But yeah, similarities around both the ashram and the Auroville communities, and how are they similar, how are they different, and what are perhaps some of our challenges. 3 actionable items that came up, at least that I could capture. One was expanding what we mean by collective to more than just the human. When we say collective, we often just keep it to the human and the human realm. But what would it mean to actually expand boundaries to, I think Devin mentioned intergenerational. What would it mean to expand it to sort of interspecies? And how would then our sadhana shift? What would collective sadhana mean if we were just to move beyond the anthropocentric and expand our experience of the collective? Secondly, nurturing communities of heart as a unit of change, as a response to control. Basically, how do we nurture communities of heart so that we have a solid foundation to sort of build from. And most importantly, this word kept coming up, humility. Humility of the heart, humility as a lived experience. 2, 3 important people, sharings, it came up. What is humility? How can we live, or can we live, as an invitation, how can we live with humility rather than so much certainty of ourselves? So thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Just one remark, and then I'm going to hand it over to requesting Bhanteji to chant the basic Buddhist chant of Dhammam Sharanam, Buddham Sharanam, and Sangham Sharanam. Also, the word dharma, as the king's dharma, has always meant every living thing within their area of control. The word dharma never meant only human beings. I don't know when it became just human collectives, but the word dharma does not mean only human collectives. It means all living things around me.
Okay. I enjoyed all the 3 groups and the whole session, this morning session. So we are going to chant together. I'll chant, but also you can join me if you want. Yes, something I learned today about your greeting. I was in Uganda and someone was greeting me, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Now can I say Om Satya, Satya, Satya? I have a greeting of all Vians. Om Satya, Satya, Satya. So I'll say Om Satya, Satya, Satya 3 times. Yes. Really, actually, the whole Buddha was awakened to the truth. Dukkha, Samudaya, Nirodha, and Magga. That's the truth. In fact, the whole teaching of the Buddha is around those 4 aspects of the same truth. The 4 noble truths. That's the period of what the Buddha taught. The Buddhism, what you call Buddhism is Dhamma. That's what the Buddha taught. So the Buddha awakened one to the truth, then Dhamma, the truth, and then Sangha, the community that follow the truth. You can't go wrong with that. That's our North Star. So we are going to say Gacchami, Buddham Saranam Gacchami. So 1, 2, 3. Buddham Saranam Gacchami. Dhammam Saranam Gacchami. Sangham Saranam Gacchami. One more time. Buddham Saranam Gacchami. Dhammam Saranam Gacchami. Sangham Saranam Gacchami. Om Satya Satya Satya. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
And on that note of Om Satya Satya Satya, inviting you to just join us in the dining room while we get the space ready. We have a 30-minute break. 4:45 we come back for celebration of the Sangha, of the Dhammam, and of the truth. Okay? Thank you so much.
Welcome, everybody. Welcome, everybody. I mean, to the larger group as well. I'm in a bit of a peculiar situation today. The only person I don't know on the panel is my fellow Aurovillian, actually. The rest of them are like family. We go back some way, not a long way necessarily, but it feels like we've known each other for a long time, the rest of us. And, we hang out a lot, usually till like late in the night, quite boisterous, quite loud and whatnot. So today is a very formal occasion, so hopefully we'll keep the bad jokes out and focus on the conversation. Yeah. So let me just start off with inviting you all into introducing yourselves very briefly, because we have a lot of ground to cover. Apparently, it's about the future. Yeah. So can you just briefly share about who you are, what do you do, and why do you do what you do? Maybe about 2 to 3 minutes per person. I know it doesn't do justice, but it's a start. And then we'll build on that going forward. And this is probably the only question that we'll run the mic through all 7 of you. Or how many of you? 6 of you. Okay. All 6 of you. The other questions that we'll explore, not everybody needs to really respond, maybe 2, 3 responses, and then we'll take it forward. So who are you? What do you do? And why do you do what you do? In about 3 minutes max. Yeah? Thank you.
You send that mic and use it.
Thank you.
I'll start.
Yeah, please.
So thank you so much. My name is Shashank, and very glad to be here. Also, last 2-3 days that we have been observing, like Naveen said, there's been a lot of churning, reflection, and perhaps this is also some response to the context that may arise from all of us. Vibhuti and I have been leading an organization called Youth Alliance. We work with young people creating transformative experiences that enables them to come in touch with themselves through reflective practices, awareness practices. Also take them into the world, take them into context, take them into realities that India and the world has, and bring them face to face in an experiential way, bring them face to face with those realities. While they are in a micro context, like in a remote village or in a forest or on a landfill or places like that, we also enable people through our processes to step back and look at the bigger picture, because what humanity is facing, or what our country is facing, or what a village a person comes from is facing, they're all connected. There are common themes that run through these times, so reflecting on that. And our hope is that a community comes together in those 10 days or in those processes that is able to co-travel for a long period of time. So the idea is not to find solutions immediately, but because the issues, the challenges we're facing are deep-rooted, can we have friends together in pursuit of truth, in pursuit of living those principles or those truth. And the previous session really beautifully also kind of demonstrated how the process of engaging with some of these complex challenges and also complex responses that we need today, while rooted in the wisdom of the land and wisdom of all the traditions we have. So briefly, that's what we do. Youth Alliance is the name of the group. I think Vibhuti then can add more now that I've given, but we'll go with Arun.
No, it's okay.
You go on.
So good morning to everyone. Sorry that I couldn't be regular in these programs because we had few works in Auroville. My relationship with this land is very deep-rooted because my DNA is traced back in centuries, and the relationship with this land is something very special. So I was born and brought up in Auroville, and I went through the Auroville education system. In 2021, I was selected as one of the working committee members, so which are 7 in total. So working committee is basically the representative of the people to the foundation, which consists of the governing board and IAC. Our main job is to make sure we form a bridge between the Auroville residents and the governing board. So this is already 3 years I'm in, and I was selected at the age of 25. Now I'm going to turn 28. Time is running fast. And certain things we have to be open, because only when we are open and understand our mistakes, we can make corrections. So this is what I've been observing. I'm going to talk only in the context of Auroville because this is where I want to really develop things. Auroville itself is a mini world which has everything that the world needs. And if we can find solutions in Auroville, this will be the solution to the entire world. Because currently we have people from 60 different nationalities, and it will grow and keep on growing. And one of the main things is that the youths in Auroville has to be empowered. They have to be given opportunities. They have to be given directions. And all our pioneers who have been running Auroville, so Auroville is turning 56 soon, and all our pioneers who have been running Auroville, they have one of the greatest experience. But the issue is that after them, who's going to give this transition? Who's going to take things over is another big question mark. Because in Auroville, we do not have anything in record, not writings. So how are we going to learn it? It's a whole different process. So it's basically getting all the knowledge that Shashank has into me, where he doesn't have written anything in a book. So how is that going to happen? How is the transition going to happen? How is our generation is going to take up Auroville and move it forward for the next 40 years? So all these are big questions I have in mind, and I am going towards it. And I feel every person is a resource to Auroville, and every knowledge is needed for Auroville. So all of you, in one way or the other, is a satellite to Auroville. So I'll go ahead in the next question. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi everyone, I'm Vibhuti, and I co-lead with Shashank an organization called Youth Alliance, and for the last 13 years, all the work that we've been doing, most of it, I think, really stemmed from my own personal questions. So one of the first questions that came to me when I was in school was like, why am I here on earth and what's my purpose? And we've been really connecting with people who are asking these questions, okay, like, I want to live my life with a deeper purpose of inquiry of, like what my life can be in devotion to. And so our work has been connecting and bringing those people together. I studied economics, and I really connect to knowing that, the way our economic system is going on, it's not regenerative, it's not working for everyone. And so a part of my work has been to really bring people together to question economics, to question what can be a beautiful, harmonious relationship between ecology and economics. As I was also growing up, I did go through a very industrial education system, and another question came to me was like, where is my playfulness? Like what's happening? I'm losing touch with my body. I'm only using, the head, like the intellect, and that's been the focus. And so a part of our work at Youth Alliance became about really reigniting the connection with our body, getting in touch with our body wisdoms, really. We call it like, I'm trying to become a recovering serious human being, like really hold on to that playfulness side. And one of the most important foundations of our work has been about community building. And I've seen my parents having a satsang community, community of their origin in their place. So the question that we asked was, what kind of communities do we want to have? Like, what is the kind of community I want to be a part of? And that's what we are organizing for. Like, can we bring young people together who are also looking for intentional communities? So some strands of our work, but all of them really stemmed from like what is the gap I'm feeling in my life, and how can I work towards that along with other people. So that's a little bit about me and Youth Alliance.
And if I may just add, Vibhuti, she's also into clowning,
yes.
And she's a fabulous clown. Yeah, I have not seen a clown, but I'm sure she's a fabulous clown. And we must get that going at some point here, Vibhuti.
Yes,
Yeah?
yes.
Thank you. Yeah, Riddhi.
I'm Riddhi, and at present I live in Pondicherry. I was born and brought up in Mumbai in a very privileged space. In short, about what I do, something I generally find it very difficult to speak about my work, but majority of it is to do with facilitating pockets of power, and that power could look like multiple different things, towards spaces of purpose. And that could involve government leaders, that could be corporate leaders, that could be funders, philanthropists, any spaces that we traditionally identify as power, and actually bring them very closely to converge with spaces that are operating with meaningful action. And this could be projects at the grassroots level, it could be schools, it could be people working just with the youth or with children. And this means that I typically engage with leadership head-on in each of the things that I do. I operate as an individual. I make it a point to not align myself 100% with any one particular organization. And I have operated in this manner for about 18 years now in the social impact space, which is not a term that I really enjoy using, but that's the length and breadth of it. There have been intersections with integral education that has formed the premise of a lot of what I have done. And at present, I'm working in a space where well-being of the leadership of any institution is something that generates a certain culture of how it actually progresses. And this is to do with mass public institutions such as national judiciaries or justice systems. So it's a bit complex, but we keep it at that right now. Thank you.
Namaste to everyone. Before I start, I would like to just pay a small gratitude to the divine force which has brought us together for a higher purpose, I believe. I'm Pradnya, and I'm representing my partner as well, Mihir, who is not here. He couldn't come. So we both actually working in we want to have a space where people can have a systemic approach. So he runs an organization called DESTA, which generally works with organizations and philanthropists who have a will to do something with the communities. And I have founded Dharinya, which works with the organization and the youth, which are working in the education sector. So this is what we do, why we do. So we feel like when humans are considered, like we loosely divide the system, the human system into 3 different parts, the economy, ecology, and the sociology. And we tend to work in silos. And what our base of our systemic approach is, if we want to make any change in the system, we have to do things differently. But if we want to make a big change, you have to see things differently. And this is what we are doing at our organizations. We are trying to make people understand and to see that bigger picture and not the smaller picture. So the earlier session we had on economy, yeah, I loved that session because as an ecologist, we tend to work in silos where we have to have those synergies between economy and the sociology with the good governance, of course. And to have that, we have to be anchored within. So I see so much of collaborations and cooperations right now within these 2 days, because even though we are trying to give them a complete picture to the youth, after seeing that complete picture, there are 2 possibilities: that you feel overwhelmed after seeing the complete picture, or you feel stuck and helpless. Like what to do next, where to start. And you should feel anchored while doing that work. And what that anchoring can bring, like how I feel anchored while I'm doing something for my purpose or my call. And I think for that, of course, the spirituality is the base, but how to practice it, we can do it differently. Like we can learn it from the Auroville, or we can learn from Youth Alliance, or as Riddhi is doing. So we can learn from everybody, and I feel as small organizations, we are working at the same goal. We should have something collective at our own space. And yeah, so sorry, I exceeded because I have answered. Yeah, but why is the thing, like why it's an inner calling basically?
One moment.
No.
Thank you, everyone, first of all, inviting us to be part of this process. And like Shashank shared, I think a lot of conversation has been happening at the context, like when we go back and at night and the breaks, about what's happening here, what are the great things that are happening, what are the dilemmas over here. So that's been a good context, so thank you for that. About me, I think I'm a very committed backbencher. So you will always find me the last row, and I'm also committed to bring the front benches at the back. Because, and there's a very serious thing why you can see a lot from the back. So you can also see what's happening in the room. The dynamics is far more clearer when you're at the end. And that's also one thing, while I was in my college, one thing which became very clear way back in 2008-9 is that the life is being set on a very different, monotone, also on a very factory-like trajectory. And this is not the purpose. I think that was the first question that came to me. My purpose can't be that I do my engineering and get onto a IT company and keep doing coding. That's not a bad thing at least, but I felt at least that's not my purpose. And a lot of people I see around also in my college, I don't see their purpose also that. So how our education system eventually became a means just for employment, nothing beyond that. So of the 8 capitals that Devin Bhai was sharing, financial capital became the center part. And there's somewhere that confusion happened, कि कुछ गड़बड़ है. This is maybe not the right thing. And on one side, these questions were going on. On the second side, I had a good, lucky childhood, very happy childhood, a good, happy family. And I think that made me believe that we all have innate goodness within us. And at the core of it, we all are good human beings. It is just over the years, our experiences at some level clutter us, and then we become what we become, which we sometimes like and sometimes don't like. And I think that, for me, gave birth to the whole idea ki how do we take young people who are in their early 20s to remote rural areas. And the idea was very simple, no framework, no logic, simple layperson kind of idea. Ki the moment they will go and see something, some challenge, they would want to do something about it, because we all are good human beings. A lot of us in upper middle class are in their own cocoon, and we don't know also what is the reality of the world. So how do we create spaces wherein young people can go and see the reality? I think that was the basic idea, from which I think my journey started as part of Youth Alliance in 2008-9. So that was the beginning. I think doing it for around 8-9 years, this whole thing came in that if we can do something like build leadership in a social development space, can we do something similar in the political space? So currently I work with Indian School of Democracy. And why politics? Because I think I was a teenager, no, not a teenager. I think I was born in 1980s, mid-80s. And while I was growing in my 90s, politics was changing in our country. I wasn't aware of what the politics is, but it was very sharply changing. It is post-Mandal ka Mandal, and that was the time. So I was very tuned into Indian politics, what's happening. While I was in my college, I first time understood the intricacies of this caste system and what is the oppression and all those things, because I was very safeguarded in my family. And at that time, I think this whole thing came in. My name on Orkut in 2008 was Prime Minister 2040. I was very clear that I want to be the Prime Minister of this country. The moment you become Prime Minister, sabke achhe din aa jate hain. That was my thought. But I think later I realized that politics is one lever, but not the only lever. And so through my work in Indian School of Democracy, essentially we work with young people who are into electoral politics across party lines, and we work on building their leadership. And we focus on 3 things. One, I think inner work, because just now religion and politics has become a very dangerous cocktail in this country and at many other places. What we have to do is we have to bring politics and spirituality together so that the human being becomes better. Just now what we are seeing in the last decade is that religion has taken over the politics, and we are seeing what is happening in the country, a very polarized world, which is not helping a lot of us. Like we see that in Auroville, we see that in Delhi, we see that across India, and many other parts of the world as well. So that's what the attempt is. How do we bring dialogue in politics? How do we have politicians who are principled in nature? And how do we have the next generation see politicians as their role models? As of now, when I was growing, I never saw that, okay, this politician is my role model. They either came from social development sector, or they came from corporate, from Bill Gates to Narayan Murthy, or the sports person in Bollywood. But that's not the right focus that we want the world to be. They need to come from a political space like it was in 1950s, 60s, that our role models were the politician who built the country, who brought us independent. So can we imagine in next 30, 40 years that our role models change in the society because they shape the world? So that's what I think I'm trying to do. seeing how politics is impacting our society and what can be done in that space.
Thank you, Bhai. Does the backbencher have a name? Does the backbencher also have a name?
My name is Prakhar.
Okay.
And Naveen is my backbencher partner also.
Thank you. Some of you have already touched upon this, but in case you want to expand on this a bit more, maybe 3-4 of you, if you feel called to, again in brief. How does your work, I mean, we've talked about a certain, the world is getting complex, it's getting more dangerous, and there's also beauty emerging. There is also a lot of inspiring action and response to a certain meta crisis that we're living through. So how does your work, in a sense, do you feel contribute to the collective awakening, the human awakening, collective awakening, human evolution? Yeah. How do you see that serving that purpose? Maybe in brief, if 3-4 of you can just share a bit more. How does how do you see your work serving collective awakening? Then we could sort of take it from there. Yeah, please. I think you have a mic there.
So this question is the question that is in the back of my mind, our minds, almost all the time. That how do what I do is connected to what's happening in the world. So what Pragnya was also saying, that there is, when we think about the future, when we think about collective awakening, there is this idea of linear time, that hey, we are in this static picture, and then we have an ideal picture in mind and we want to sort of move there, which may be important, where we make a plan and then we execute that plan and try to control the outcomes towards this. But that framework of thinking perhaps wouldn't serve, because that framework of thinking is really based on power being held by, in my life, within me, using a lot of force to implement that power, or in a social system, power to be held by somebody, and then a plan be drawn out and then it being implemented. So this question of how does my work contribute to collective awakening is, can I live the future now? Can I be part of the process which itself is regenerative, which is enabling the conversations to happen as if we are living the future now. But I'll try and expand it. What does that mean? That if the world is polarized, if the world is seeing extraction and violence, can I begin with myself first and see this larger picture, and then see what parts of within me are at war with each other? Because when I begin to see that, my engagement with the part that I'm seeing as the force of violence may change. And then the process of healing that polarization or coming together on a dialogue begins with me. But that it is not an isolated process that we have been speaking about in the last few days. The process itself is about, like, if I were to take an example, that the hurt that I might be feeling with somebody else, can I create a space around me to begin with where I can express that hurt in a way that it is not landing as blame on the other, but it is allowing for the space to open up for them to also share their hurt. And in a common humanness in that process, perhaps an unknown force comes which holds that. So the process actually is the work actually is how do we create those processes that itself are birthing grounds for the future we wish to see. Rather than having an ideal picture in mind and then sort of planning towards it and trying to control the outcomes towards it. Yeah.
Beautiful, fascinating. Could we hear, thanks Shashank. Could we hear other sharings as well? Maybe Arun and then Pragnya, or rather let's go to Pragnya first, Arun, and then come back to you. Yeah.
Yeah, so when we say the envisioning the future and why we are doing what we are doing, so in the scenario of such uncertainty, basically, so there is so much of uncertainty in its sector, and when we tend to work in climate change, it's like we feel, each day we feel hopeless. You know, when we work in climate change sector, each day we feel, we go through that struggle every day. Like, what is happening? And do we have that power to change that force which is resulting the climate change, you know? So we are struggling each day. So we are doing what we feel can help to create the space, what you said, to at least see what we are doing and be a conscious being. Like, if our action is having a short-term impact or a long-term impact. So we are designing projects like that. At least if they are, like, the side effect should not be worse than what we are trying to do. So at least you should be conscious enough what you're doing. So this is what we are trying to do in this.
Okay, thank you, Pradnya. Arun, so how's your work helping human evolution, collective awakening? Yeah, please.
So, as I said, I'm going to speak in the context of Auroville, which will apply to the rest of the world. So, anything I'm going to communicate now is no way showing off anything, but just expressing how the doors open. So, when I went to the selection process in 2021 for the working committee, where we had around about 4,000 audience, 400 audience, and at the time when I was going to give a presentation, that was the first time a lot of people see me, and before I was going to take my mic, there were around 20 people who were with me. And they were exactly criticizing on that single time, who's this young guy coming up, what is he going to do? Because so far, still, till 2021, there was no youngster who came forward, to do something with the working groups. Because working groups are something important. Aurovillians, I think, will understand how the working groups function. And so I was the first one, and the amount of criticism before I made my presentation was so heavy that my mind was blocked for a few minutes. So I took the mic, there were about 400 people sitting in front of me. I have to speak something, and just spoke for 2 minutes. And that's how I got selected. I had no idea what I really spoke, but I spoke something very much from my heart. I didn't make dramas. I didn't try to make, give hopeless information or anything. I wanted to be to the core and just direct. Because every human, whatever form, has an emotion, one way or the other. The only way to connect with human beings is through emotions. We might do anything we want. We might creating the best Ferrari car in the world. But everything is an emotion. The creator has an emotion. So everything is an emotion. So communicating and connecting through emotion is one of the ways. And after I got selected, still I got criticism. How am I going to take things forward? And somehow, I took it forward. And after that, a lot of young people, they came to me and they also wanted to come in. The doors opened. After a long time, the doors opened. A lot of young people came forward. And that's how we start moving little by little. And at a certain point in time, I had to take certain decision, even against some of our community members, but considering Auroville and the growth of Auroville and the growth of youth, I had to go against everything. So there's a whole emotional barrier that I had to go through, and I have a lot of youngsters who are following me for a certain period of time. And after a certain period, they're also questioning me, why did I do that? But I had to explain them that, you see, we have to do what is right. What is not good for me or you, but what is right for the development of Auroville and for the good of Auroville. And this is how things opened up, and this is how a lot of things are moving on. And a lot of opportunities are moving on. And we have our secretary, madam, she has been a great support for youths in order to implement a lot of things. And for me, as much as possible, I want to utilize the present systems we have here for the growth of Auroville as much as possible. Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you, Arun. Thank you. Maybe I'll add the next question to the conversation, and you can also build on each other's sharings. What glimpses of the future are you already seeing in your work? Because you work with a diverse set of people in various parts of the country, and a lot with the youth, but not just the youth, from what I understand. And as I say, the future is emerging. What glimpses of the future are you already seeing today in your work? And any stories you can tell us, that'll be a lot more interesting. Stories always tend to usually wake people up, so yeah.
Yeah, I think there are days when things are very powerful. So my work takes me to a lot of member of parliaments and one-to-one meetings. And I think one of the idea of Indian School of Democracy is to create that spaces of dialogue also. How can we become a listening space? Because a lot of these people who seem so powerful on TVs with like them good clothes and all, they're very vulnerable. And I think I've sat in multiple meetings wherein they have just shared deep inside the heart what they're thinking. They can be from BJP or Congress or a Trinamool TMC MP. And sometimes I feel that how alone they are in their own political parties, and they have to say what their leader is saying, they don't believe in it. And I'm a random person in their life whom they met maybe 2-3 years back, and they're just opening heart. Like one MP once said to me, I don't know whether democracy is there in this country, can you do something about it? And I'm laughing, you have 303 MP in your party and you are saying that to me. But just the understanding the gravity of the humanness, I think that's been very powerful. And in our programs also, people come from different political parties. There'll be Aam Aadmi Party, BJP, Congress. And in the recent Delhi election, one candidate was contesting from Congress party, and our alumni from BJP and Aam Aadmi Party were campaigning in her election. And that's a very rare thing. Like on the TV, when you see them, they're all fighting and they want to kill each other. And it's not the only thing they said that, ki meri photo mat dalna. Please don't put my photo of campaigning on social media. But they are fundraising for each other. Very rare. It's not a regular thing that's happening at ISD also. But at least you see a glimpse of how beyond party you can see the individual and support them. And I think those are some spaces that we see, because yeah, the current political system has become very opaque for sure, but also very divisive. And they don't want, like the friendship in parliaments have gone down. So can we, and which was not the case maybe 30 years back, 40 years back, they were friends, like she'll be from Congress, I'll be from BJP. After the parliament, I'll go out, have a good coffee. But now it's like the tracking is so high that we can't meet outside parliament. And now what is happening is that we're imagining these people who are coming in our program, who are in their mid-30s, who have been in the party for 7-8 years, eventually they will also be in those places of power. Can they continue and cultivate that humanness, that we restore what democracy really means? And how can we take it to the next level beyond what we have ever seen in the last, 75, 80 years? So I think that's when those days give a lot of hope.
Fascinating. Thank you, Prakhar. Very interesting. पहले आप करते रहेंगे.
So I think of like two stories I would like to share. So my work with Youth Alliance has been about like really bringing an aspect of inner work along with the outer change. And so we have an alumni who came to one of our ecology programs, and she was in Bombay doing an amazing established practice of architecture. And what her work almost on an everyday basis involved was to build up like some more buildings in Bombay, and her health was really deteriorating, her mental health was really deteriorating. She kind of had a sense of, okay, things are not okay, and like this is not what I was probably meant to be doing in my life, but there was not a way out. And Bombay is a very big city, so there's definitely access to a lot of resources and communities. But I think once she came to one of our programs, and what she did receive, I feel like, as a part of interacting with 30 other young people, was just a lot of courage to take the leap. And what happened in the next couple of months after the program was that she could finally say, hey, I can leap into the life I really, really wish to be. And then she jumped on, went and explored some places, came to Auroville, now is in Nainital, like working with an organization in eco-architecture. And she's completely shifted her practice from a conventional, concrete architect to earth-building architecture. And I think everything that she really kind of gives the credit to was just finding community and just finding other people who are saying, hey, stepping out into the world, talking about a different vision is scary. It's not easy. It does not possibly always give a lot of success in the conventional ways. But I have all these people who are also trying something. So maybe let me just take a leap and see what happens. And she's been very happy. Her physical health, her mental health has been great. She's loving what she's doing right now. We are making her connect to a lot of other people who want earth buildings in their communities, in their cities. So I think that's been one of the stories that really brings hope that, hey, if I can notice that there is community of more young people who are trying to go out and do something different, I can do that. And also really knowing that along with outer change, I need to keep working on the inner work. There is a deep practice, there's a foundation that is needed also. So that's one story.
Beautiful. You said there's another story, but maybe we'll listen to Riddhi first and then come back to you.
You want to finish it?
Go for it, Riddhi, yeah.
So I have a couple of little anecdotes, and one of the earliest ones that I recall from working with school leadership, which was the first set of leaders that I interacted with while I was in college. Banwari Lal ji, Chota Lotsna, Churu, Rajasthan. This was a principal who perpetually came drunk to school. He came from the upper caste community. He'd come on his bike, and the children would often be scared when he came. Each time he came, somebody would run to give him water. The girls would the girls would not even be inside the classroom. They'd be playing outside. Kids who had ADHD were thought to be possessed and tied to trees in that particular village. And the level of fear and I think the structuredness was just not very safe for any child, anywhere. While the client I was operating with was focused on a set of learning levels and, of course, a level of personal change in the headmaster, it was very essential to tap into that vulnerability, which Prakhar very beautifully touched upon, which every single leader goes through. I mean, regardless of who they represent, what party or what organization they represent, leadership per se is extremely lonely for most parts of its journey. But to tap into it and consistently show up, he didn't want help, he didn't want to interact. It took 30 to 40 trips to his school, several kilometers away, through the dunes of a 54 degrees Celsius town in Rajasthan. But to just show up for him daily and just tell him, I'm here, we can talk when you're ready, eventually thawed him. And this is that engagement with leadership which is so essential. He eventually became a role model headmaster, then performed as the nucleus for several other headmasters in that region. And that program eventually scaled to 400 schools, to a few thousand schools. And there is today the Piramal School of Leadership, which stands in Jhunjhunu in Rajasthan, as a result of many such Banwari Lals who were supported by many such Riddhis in engaging with their vulnerabilities. Coming to another quick point, because you said glimpses of the future, we cannot continue to have education in the way that we have, which is why safer spaces are important. But shifting to money, a force which is something that is completely unavoidable, but also something that we just do not know how to manage. Most of us do not have a relationship with money that is healthy. We're either running away from it, or we're hoarding it and we don't know what to do with it, or we're craving for it. There's no harmony with the force of money and finances. And it's very interesting that we had the discussion of the Ashtalakshmis today, because I see that in the social sector in India, and I speak for India because I come with the experience of the land. I haven't done much work beyond, some of the states here. But what I consistently see is that those who work for social impact just don't know how to deal with large sums of money, don't know how to funnel and channel large sums of wealth to really mobilize their work. The level of discomfort they operate with is something that we really need to introspect about. That's one large gap. The opposite gap is that people who have money and who are dying to give it to good causes don't know who to approach and where to go to actually ensure that they get the bang for their buck. And over there, you need people who know both sides. And I can safely say that there are very few people who've been on both sides, all sides, and often accused of not taking a side. But that is a very important premise to assume when we're looking at mass-scale change. And I'll conclude with the last one and hand it over to you. There is one recent program that I helped to lead and be a core part of, which looked at the core cost support of not-for-profit organizations in India, which has thoroughly been limited due to recent amendments in certain acts. And of course, there is a lot of issues because we don't get foreign funding the way we used to before. And while Indians funding India work is a very critical thing that we need to move towards, slashing off foreign funding in the way that it has not been very conducive to those working in the first mile often called last mile, which is unfortunate, but really with the first mile of the country. When we did this program, we did it at a scale of working with 100 NGOs. And we realized that while we really expect NGOs to engage with communities and cause the impact that they do, we don't know how to look at the well-being of not-for-profit professionals and people really engaging with realities on a day-to-day basis. And we had organizations that have done stellar work in the space of rescuing trafficked women or really enabling more rights-based awareness for those from Dalit communities or backward communities or vulnerable communities, coming to us and saying that in the last 12 years, nobody has funded for us to have a little retreat, or that we have not been able to repair our toilets for the last 20 years, which is, I mean, it's something that leaves me aghast with the kind of money inflow that is happening and the amount that we speak about mass-scale impact. It's really something for us to think about. So I think engaging with these spaces and being head-on, ruffling feathers where it is important, causing discomfort in the right rooms, but firstly reaching those rooms is something where I see a lot of intersections of the coming future.
Okay, thank you, Riddhi. I'll come to change maker, burnout, and self-care later. You know that, but we'll listen to Vibhuti's second story, and I'd like to go back to quickly for an audience question or two before we come back. No, finish your story. Stories are always empowering, energizing. Please. Yeah.
I think for me, for the longest time, our North Star has been, can I potentially with everyone else create a world where there's harmony with myself, with the other and nature? And a glimpse of that I recently experienced last year was, again in one of our programs, a young youth from an Adivasi community came, and we bring 30 people from across the country, very, very different backgrounds, together to live together for 9-10 days. It's not a long time, but living together for 24 hours still is a big time. And this youth towards the end, Tumlesh is his name, he shared, the first couple of days he sat alone in a corner, not talking. Hindi is also not his first language, so very uncomfortable. Not sure what people are perceiving of him coming from this indigenous community background. Never stepped out of his home, always eating his meals alone in the first couple of days. And in the middle of the program, we go to a forest, and we were having a meal at night under the stars, no electricity, just sitting by the fire. And he's like, I got my plate, my dinner plate, and I found my corner. And I found 3 more people sitting next to me and, digging their hands in my plate. And that was quite crazy because, I always thought people are judging me just because I'm eating with my hands, I'm not using the spoon. And who are these 3 individuals I didn't interact with the last 3 days? And, feeling very comfortable of picking food out of my plate and eating together. And of course, conversations happen, getting to know each other, a lot of dropping down of judgments, of belief systems, a lot of inquiry into each other's context. And on the last day when we were doing a closing circle and he was sharing this experience, I think a lot of us really resonated with teary eyes that, hey, I've experienced loneliness in communities. I've felt like I wanted to fit in and become somebody, or I've always found a quiet corner to myself when I feel not belonged. And I think just that sharing moment and just that genuine community building that happened in the forest at night, eating together, really made me feel like all of us together can live in India, really walking into each other's context. So that was quite something for me.
Beautiful, thank you. Is it possible to bring some of your youth also to Auroville to spend 10 days? We have a lot of forest too and city too, and you already sent an email to them. Great, so consider us as well, as potential hosts. Thank you. Maybe I'll take a question or two briefly before, we have time till 12, but just to break the flow a little bit, I know some of you are also leaving. A question or two from the so-called audience. I don't like the word too much because we're all really co-exploring. And then we will come back into the conversation with them. So. Let me get it.
I was interested in just exploring what Prabhat was saying about working with politicians, just trying to understand the process. Do you identify people that you feel have a certain potential or a light in their eyes, and do you reach out to them, or do they come to you? How do you get together with these people who then you work with?
So I think it's both ways. So we roll out applications. So in the beginning, it was difficult to get applications. We work with a cohort of 30, 35 people at a time. So we roll out application, but we also keep meeting these leaders of the political parties like MPs and ask them, okay, is there anyone in your party, in your constituency who is thinking like that? We also reach out to a lot of self-help group who are working with women politicians like Pradhan, then Koro, multiple organizations, Setu Abhiyan, they work with women sarpanches. So we ask them also. In our selection process, we look at like 6 capitals that we have, like political readiness framework, and in that we see that, okay, what is their purpose of getting into politics? What is their commitment? Is it just, it's very hard, like you can't have a thorough 100% selection process no matter what, but we do like a 2.5 day residential selection process. And the premise was that if you're going to army, there's a 7-day residential process for SSB. And army is controlled by the politicians. So why not have a little rigorous selection process so that we have the right person in? Because I think at the age of 30, 35, a lot of things are set in the human being. So we need to already have some filtering that we see that the basic anchor is at the right place. Then also we fail in the selection process sometimes. But usually I think 80-90% of the cohort is committed to the whole idea of Sarvodaya and they work towards it. So, and we're also learning. I think we've done some, 11 or 12 cohorts. We're also learning and evolving through the process. But one of the big things now we are focusing on is that talking to some MPs we see are like-minded and asking them to nominate people in the program. And because our faculty is also member of parliaments, like 50% of the people who are faculty is people who are already practitioner on ground. So they have done politics for like 30 years. They've been MP in parliament for like maybe 3 term, 5 term. So then it becomes more practical in nature. So it's not an academic program, and we don't want to become an academic program. It has to be practitioner oriented. Yeah. I don't know if I answered.
Thank you. No, that was very helpful.
I have to leave in a few minutes, and I just wanted to express how grateful I am and how appreciative I am for the work that you do. And I'm really hopeful that this is just another step in our continuing meeting and dialogue, and I know I'll see you all again soon, very soon, sooner than you think maybe. So thank you again, and I want to say goodbye to all my friends here, because I do have to leave to go into Chennai, and I'm sorry I can't stay till the end, but Marianne will be here to represent me. So thank you.
Bringing us together, and actually we have fostered the friendship level, and I think to work together, friendship is must. Like, and you are the driving force behind that. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Dina. Safe travels. If I may just quickly also respond to what you asked, Prakhar. Recently, I got an opportunity to spend 4-5 days with one of Prakhar's cohorts, Prakhar and Himakshi, and the whole organization's cohorts. I work a lot with leadership development across organizations, and these young grassroots politicians, not necessarily young, but grassroots politicians that I got to meet, was hands down the most intense workshop, whatever I had been a part of, and such rigor and depth, and so it changed my idea of who politicians were. I had a certain stereotype of politicians. Oh wow! I walked out feeling, I learned a lot, and I deepened in the process so much more. I have no idea what they got from it, but I got so much of it. So, so thank you for having that process of really bringing in ones who are deeply inspired to change, and just adding a little bit to what you said.
I'd be very interested to be a part of one of your programs, just because our own understanding of politicians is just so, I don't know, there's indifference, there's a certain condescension, there's just so many layers of how we see politicians. I would help to.
Yeah, I will join with you.
You will have to go through a 2.5 day selection process, but you're most welcome to apply. Yeah? Okay. We'll take the conversation forward. Yes, please. Yes, sir. And then we'll come back.
Thank you. I think really great work. just want to share and ask a question from you. Now, we have had similar initiatives where, young people were, trained and, they were interfaced with existing politicians, and we want to change our political culture, which is not working for our country anymore, and we want to have this next generation at least, leading the country. Now, all of them, we made it open for them to join any party, right? Hoping that they will change the party from within. But however, the established parties, you have to work through the established parties. If not, you have to form your own youth party, which will take a long time for you to even, I don't know, in our country, win even a single seat, right? What happens is that the dominant political culture will really suck them, and half of them will become worse than the traditional politicians for some reason. So and we are still continuing. We are trying to change that culture, but I think the youth who were engaged in what we call Aragalaya, or a protest movement in 2022, which led to the president being chased out, and a new administration being appointed. The traditional political parties in toto are getting rejected, and there are some new political forces coming, but they are also like sometimes more progressive parts of the existing political establishment. Have there been, my question to you is, have there been a request or a desire from amongst your leaders, young leaders who went through this, that we reject this dominant culture, we need to look at an alternative political party or force or system?
Thank you. Maybe someone else can also add, because people are from the, and I think Vibhuti, Shashank have also engaged with our audience. I'll briefly answer, and then someone else can add more. One is, I think, the sense of community elongates their struggle in the political party, because someone who might have left politics in 5 years, they come in the program, and that now we can say safely is that their journey of struggle can maybe go from 5 years to 8 years. And politics is a place wherein if you stay long enough, you become relevant. In short term, it's hard to become relevant. So I think that's one, especially for women. Women who come in our program, a lot of them after 2-3 years say to us that we are in politics because we got a community wherein at least in the party, whatever is happening, I know there are 5 people whom I can call and check with them. So I think that's there. We work with people who have already been 7-8 years into politics, so they know the reality of. So we are not working with people who are Friday evening thinking about political party. That's also important to think about politics on Friday evening. But I think we want to work with people who have already decided, okay, this is mucky, this is dirty, but I want to stay in this and do something about it. So I think that filter we have created. Anyone else wants to add something?
I mean, I wanted to add from a different context that what the morning session was also about, the dominant economic culture or dominant culture that has gripped the world currently, and how do we engage with that? Because do we, retreat back and create a separate space and then try to do it, or do we get head on and then try to win power, and perhaps things will change? In my experience with ISD's process, with our process, with many of what we're trying to do, I guess it's neither completely retreating back nor completely becoming what there is, but in the middle. We also spoke about this, like creating those collectives and creating that relational field. So even on this panel, if there are people from different spaces and sectors engaging, can we have that collective, can we have that community where for a period of time the ideas, the attitudes and behaviors can be protected from the dominant culture? Even if it doesn't, it may mean that, oh, the dominant culture or the power that stands outside are too strong. They can't be fought upon. But we never know when the time is right, and things will begin to shift. Who will become the channel for something, some new thing to emerge? So that's what I feel has been my learning around some of these things.
Just to add one more thing, I think politics tested all the values that you've espoused on your charter to the core of it. Every place other you can live what you are saying, but politics is one place, especially electoral politics, wherein everything is tested day in and day out. And I see there's some reason why Gandhi, Vinoba, or Bindu, they all did not went into electoral politics. And that's also important, and I love all the three of them. Sadly, all three of them are men also. But there's a reason why they did not get into electoral politics, because the values they espoused would come under very strong scrutiny, and that's why Gandhi is most under scrutiny, because he was flirting very closely with politics. He did not go into electoral politics, and that's why at least my respect in the last 6 years of engaging with politicians, respect for politicians has gone up, because I see they operate constantly in the area of grey. And I think my own life has been very white and black, maybe 15 years back when I was starting Youth Alliance, and I think I've also moved way beyond from this black and white to a more grey area, because politics is very tricky. You're constantly tested on your value system, so it's very easy to say this, but I think every single day it's tricky in politics, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll take the next
to
step.
ask a question to Prakhar.
No, it's not about Prakhar, pardon me. You do it after the session, yeah? In this current thing, we'll come back to it. We have, because there are other important inquiries to build on. Riddhi did mention change makers not really being cared for, but we'll come back to that later. But how are you caring for yourself? Because burnout's a real issue, constantly giving, but how are you, what are your self-care practices that you really engage with? How are you taking care of yourself? Are you at all taking care of yourself? If so, what are your practices? That'll be good to sort of hear, and how, what kind of growth efforts are you engaged in for yourself and self-care?
So
it would be nice to hear from 3-4 of you, yeah, briefly. Yeah, please.
So I think the question was...
Basically, I say, are you busy just changing the world, or are you also taking care of yourself?
Would it be possible to keep being busy changing the world without a self-care practice?
Okay,
so
good. Please tell us more, yeah.
I think one common thread that might run through all of us sitting here on this end of the room for once is that there is something internally that we've latched onto, built a relationship with, something beyond us, something beyond the identities of what we do outside or how we are known professionally or whatever it is. If I can speak for myself here, I will share that I think very, very early exposure to inner awareness as well as just tools and spaces to be able to explore with those and have the right kinds of support. I think also having exposure to ideas at a very young age are things that really lend themselves to building my fabric up. I don't think it's often that we see people from very, very comfortable backgrounds going into spaces that are completely unknown without relying entirely and squarely on strength or some kind of energy which is something that you draw from. One of the things that I recall is maybe early on in school, and I don't know how spiritual this is on a scale of 1 to 10 if we ever had to measure this, but at the age of 10 or 11, we were often told that if you try to do the right thing, there will be severe discomfort and you will also be disliked. But learning to be comfortable with not being liked and not being welcome everywhere is absolutely fine. I think very early exposure to those kinds of things have truly gone a long way for me. But I think also having been embedded in traditional yoga or yogasanas, two completely different things, and just being on a path of brutal honesty with oneself, that when there is a burnout, because there is not just giving, but there is also an unfolding which consistently happens when you're engaging head-on with decision makers or with just everyday people who are vulnerable and exposing their vulnerabilities to you. One has to be that malleable and not always stand stiff. And that involves breaking, that involves thawing, that involves falling all the time and being utterly confused. But being able to come back to a central anchorage point without that fabric, I think it's very difficult for us to do anything, let alone in the community, but just even for ourselves. So that's something that I could bring.
Okay, others?
Naveen was mentioning about clowning, and I feel like two of my art practices, like clowning and interplay, have been a form of spiritual and, you know, like really a practice for self-care. Like both those practices are about creating art in the moment, improvising and using a lot of my body, you know, like kind of shutting down of constantly thinking and worrying about world and thinking about, oh my God, like what do I need to keep doing? So I think like both those practices have really helped me, and like I unmask and I let my guard down, and, you know, like the invitation is to be silly, is to like really laugh, is to really really like acknowledge the grace of life. And I think that's something that really helps me. And this is a part of my Sangha, some of us here, and I've tried to build a community of my peers. I've always not been open to receiving a whacking from my parents or my elders, but I think my genuine intention has been to create a community of peers who can kind of, you know, like knock and say, dude, what's going on, you know, like hold me when I'm like running behind things that I didn't intend to, you know, going in my ego, going in my running behind the wrong things, essentially. I think like having that community has really helped, and a lot of that community is here actually with me today. So.
Go on. No. She's spoken already. Go on, Arun. Yeah. She's spoken. Yeah.
So what I am lucky for, and not most of people are not, is that we have a special place called Matri Mandir. And other than the many things I do, I like to spend time alone with myself, because I can question myself a lot. I can also try to find answer, you know, for many things. And the atmosphere that creates around me when I go to Matri Mandir and being with myself is completely different. And most of the solutions that I, you know, take, and most of the decisions I took for certain things is when I was alone, not with anyone consulting anybody. And that is how I move on things. And my entertainment is also with myself. I stay alone. And sometimes, yes, of course, we do travel with friends and understand a few things. That's a whole different thing. But most of the time I learn more and spend time with myself in order to understand a lot of things. Because I'll just give you a small example of what happened. So yesterday there seemed to be a person who was cycling next to near Matri Mandir, and he fell. Yeah. So I went there when he was, you know, when people were trying to help him, and it seems he got a cardiac arrest. And so he was cycling basically. He didn't know what to do. He was just cycling as a fun thing. And after the ambulance was there, everyone was there, and he had an iPhone, so which was, you know, basically locked. We tried to not contact a few people, and his wife was in certitude. And so by the time the ambulance came and helped him out, he passed away. So I was in a situation where I have to communicate this to his wife and bring her here. So I had to keep a minimal communication, you know, because it's a shock, you know. So I from visitor center, I took her to the spot. She saw her husband lying. And the other hard part was I had to communicate this to her son, because she was not able to talk. So sometimes, you know, incidents like this make me think like time is not in our control. Nothing is in our control. And we are trying to push a lot of things, do a lot of things, and we want to create amazing stuff. Everything is fine. But anything with good intentions will be better, because we are not going to take anything when we leave. The only thing that we leave is what we create for others, which is sustainable, and where others can live happily. So yeah, this is something.
Thank you, Arun. Pradnya, anything you want to also share?
Yeah, quickly. So sharing with my peer group is my self-care, and sharing intellectually and then having a jamming session on the music, like, you know, so that's our like self-care to us. We prepare songs on environment, we do theater which gives the message on environment, and that's like one is working in UN on air pollution, one is working on some different issues. So we come together, we actually turn our pain into art and we perform that, and we try to give that message. So that's a self-care for us. Yeah.
Beautiful, thank you. So let me just add only 50 more minutes on the clock. Obviously, some of the work you do is not easy, and I'm sure there are a lot of challenges that you face. So maybe could we get a sense of what are some of the challenges you face? What support do you need or seek? And in addition to that, what kind of conversations or explorations with the elders around you would you like to have? Not that elders necessarily have answers, they usually don't, but at least, you might want to try. So what kind of conversations are you looking to have with the elders around you? What kind of support do you seek? Not just from elders, but around you, what kind of support do you need? So.
Yeah, only one support, the listening ears.
Go on, say more. Why is it so important? And are you able to find it at all? Yeah.
Yeah, so we want to be heard, basically. So I want a space with my elder group where we can be heard, and they are listening. It's not listening, but they are actually listening with the ear, eyes, and everything open, and what we are trying to say. So yeah, we want that listening mindset maybe from the elders.
How will that help you? I mean, how will that help Pradnya in her journey, or why is that so important for her?
Because so when we try to share something, if we are not listening completely, we try to react on that thing. But if we are listening completely, and if they're trying to understand what we are saying, then they might respond on it. And I seek a response, maybe. I don't want a reaction on it.
Okay. Others, what kind of support are you seeking? What kind of conversations do you want to seed or have? You want to go? With the elders around.
I mean, challenges, like the work, either we are engaging with the violence of the existing system directly, or we are trying to imagine something different and create a lab for it to emerge. In both those cases, we do need support from the existing structures, people who are in power, people who have money and capital, our elders who have learned and gained wisdom. So how does us and people who are trying to create a different world get support with no outcomes attached, or no, let's say, predictable outcomes attached, which are from the same lens that exists in the world. Like if you're investing money here, this money needs to come back, or if you're somebody's getting some mentoring, you need to do it in this way only, because recognizing that a lot is shifting in the world at the consciousness level, or even at the level of how systems are organized. Giving space to emergence, giving space to some unpredictability is very important. Particularly with the elders, I feel if I could, I try to communicate that, but if we could have that space more, that us as young people understand your predicaments also. We understand the dilemmas you're holding. We understand that perhaps you have struggled and failed and created something, and you don't want to lose it. You don't want to give it away. If we could communicate that, hey, we understand. And similarly, if that understanding can be given back to us, that, hey, we're not wanting to come and flood everything and destroy everything you have created. Rather, we want to build with you, and the invitation is we want to participate in something creating together. If we can get that, in terms of money, in terms of creating projects, in terms of learning to create new visions. So if that could happen, that would be wonderful.
What I also hear you saying is you'd like more trust in what you trust in your intentions, in your capacities, and in your ability to work towards change. Yeah, trust and partnership. That's what I also. Okay.
I think I'm
I'm at a place where I'm very confused whether my work is making sense or not. And it's a very unique situation for me. I think I was in my college when I knew I had to do Youth Alliance. So I never went anywhere else. I started Youth Alliance. And while I was at Youth Alliance, I knew that I have to let go this place of power and do something else. So I started Indian School of Democracy. But now where I am, I think one of the biggest challenges is that I'm just questioning the entire dynamics of electoral politics, whether that is relevant or not. This work is very important, and maybe if I was doing this in 1990s, it was a beautiful work. Maybe if I do this in 2040s, it might be very important. But what I am sensing is that in the current context, democracy isn't working in the country, and electoral politics is not working at all, because it has become so expensive. Like for a simple election, the amount of money that is needed is like way beyond our imagination. And if that's not working, do my engagement with electoral politics make sense? But I do feel that every yug has different dharma, and I feel that this time politics is a very important. So I see that politics is part of my dharma and I want to engage with it. But I don't know exactly how do I reimagine engaging with politics, because electoral politics in today's time doesn't make sense. It has been completely occupied and captured through media, judiciary and corporations. So it's a triangle of media, judiciary and corporations coming together and give us certain kind of politics. So that's, I think, one big challenge. If someone has answers, do let me know, because I am very deeply confused. I think that's one thing. I think on the elders part, and maybe I'll be 40 next year, so I don't know how do we define elders. Maybe we are sitting at the edges because there is something happening.
We are the grey-haired ones, yeah.
So I don't know what to say to elders, but I think what I'm saying to myself, as I become elder, and elder is a relative word, I don't want to be sitting at the same chair which I was sitting. I want to let go of that chair, and I want the elders who are around to let go of that place of power, because I think for far too long power has been occupied by a certain kind of caste and class of people who have defined it. So if they don't let go, I don't want to be kicked out by the young people. Gender as well, yeah, gender also. I think a lot of panels that have happened over here, there were a lot of men on the panel. There were panels, rather they were not panel, also manels, just men talking about a lot of spirituality work have been spoken by men only. So is it like men have something special that they become very spiritual in nature? Or what we are seeing over here in the last 3 days, it happens everywhere. In politics also, if you see, there are a lot of men are dictating. And men also of a certain caste and class who are dictating the world. So my only thing to elders is that you better leave space and let us figure out. You are in your 50s, 60s, sometimes 70s also with big daddies and all, white daddies. Please leave and let us figure out before they push us out. So I think I did a good thing of moving out of Youth Alliance before Shashank Vibhuti would have pushed me out. You are no more youth, now you leave. So I think they should also imitate that. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to listen to Arun as well, if he doesn't mind. Arun, especially in the Auroville context, what are you seeking from your elders? I know your challenges a little bit. I know everybody in Auroville has significant amount of challenges these days. Yeah, but what is it that you're seeking in terms of conversations, explorations? What do you need from your elders? And I'm talking about whole community here.
No, because I will give the direct answer.
Yeah, and I'm also saying Arun, and Arun as a representative of the youth in some way also. Both, yeah.
So mainly from the elders who've been sitting in power and in large units that we call companies in Auroville. The I perspective, I, me, has to change to us, we. This is what has to come into people's mind, because it's very clear in the charter that Auroville doesn't belong to anybody in particular, but humanity as a whole. But somehow in practical life, living here, this I and me is always there. Or even me, myself, my friends is always there. And Auroville is considered as one family, which means, we are one family. And of course, Shiva is sitting there, certain decisions we had to take against our family members. But this was for the well-being of the whole community. But the elders have somehow, they have to understand that the energy level, their physical being, and they have to go to a different state of work, that is to work within themselves. So even still sitting and trying to sit onto powers, trying to sit onto positions, is appreciated, of course, but you know, the only way we can come there and learn with you, because in Auroville, we don't have any, it's not an education in the sense that I don't have to study economics to join a group and come there. It's only through experience. So I want the elders to open up their doors, give the experience, become the mentor. We will give you and do everything that you need. Just please give us the space and open up. Because only then we'll be able to learn it, and even when you are not here physically, we will be able to run this whole process. And it's going to be a cycle. I'm also going to be old again. This whole cycle of rotation is going to continue. So I think you might have maybe had some personal experience also. And so yeah, so the eye perspective have to change.
Okay, thank you, Arun. Maybe now is a good time to go back to some audience questions. If you have any 1 or 2 questions we can take before we wrap this up. Yeah? Yeah, Jeff, would you like a mic?
It's about this capital, concentration of capital and wealth, and we're seeing it really all over the world, very similar pattern, where there is a growing number of people that have great wealth that are looking for ways and places to channel it, but they don't know where. So that's an opportunity calling for a solution, and it's a solution that is critical, that needs to be solved because of the crisis that we're in. So a couple things on this. One is any thoughts in terms of things that you're seeing or things that you're doing that are experiments where how this could be flowing in the right direction? And then also, one of the things, because we're seeing it in the United States, it's a global problem, is one of the systemic things that we're seeing relating to that is that the capital flows is also an old model, meaning that those that have wealth that are looking not so much to invest it for capital returns, but invest it for social impact and good. It's a competitive model, so everyone's competing for it. So I'm wondering, what would that look like if it was a cooperative model, where those that had the wealth could cooperate together in a consortium, and those that are interested in doing bigger things could work together with RFPs that are cooperative, so that they could, whoever cooperates the best wins, instead of, whoever competes the best wins.
Thanks for that question, Jeff. And I think, just linking it to the previous question that even Naveen asked, I have had a very dysfunctional relationship with wealth. And when I realized that that is something that I will need to work on in my external work, it's something that took maybe a decade to thaw in myself and become comfortable with those pools of money or that kind of power. And the reason that he also brings this question of self-care is because the level of burnout that I've experienced in the last 3 years is not only because the work is challenging. We all signed up for the challenge. But for what it does to you and at what level, wealth is one of the harshest, most aggressive forms of power that there is out there. And recently, when I say recently, I'm saying from now till up to 5 years ago, we've seen a lot of models evolving across institutions as well as individual or HNI or UHNI wealth. There is a lot of effort being put to create collaborative as well as cooperative models. And the idea basically and very simplistically is to say that some people come in and pool for the skills that will be required. Some people come in and pool for the unblocking, for actually funding whatever it will take to unblock local wealth or smaller wealth to come in larger numbers. And that is a very active way forward that I'm seeing not just in India, not just the global south, but at a global level, that the smaller amounts of consistent contribution over a consistent period of time are far larger and a lot more powerful than one shot that a McKinsey can come in and put in as Santa Claus, which is something that happened very recently. We had bags and bags of money come in with a lot of generosity. Those things happen once in a while. How do we create this or hold space for this to keep re-emerging on its own? The second quick point that I'll add to this is that being accessible as an organization, as a knowledge repository, being accessible to pockets of power and letting them approach you. I think this very, going out there, we have the right model for you, please fund us. Just role model the solution and people fall right in line because they are really seeking for it. Exactly what he said, that even the givers and those with power are inherently good. And it does turn around to that, but we have to give that space. We often go very alpha when we're facing wealth and when we're facing corporations. But there's the same internal fabric that occupies the opposite. And then they're not the opposite anymore. So I really appreciate the question because it's something that we tend to, tiptoe around. But it's quite comfortable when you realize that there's almost nothing that really separates you.
Thank you. Yeah, please. Yeah, go on. Maybe we'll take one more question after this at best. Yeah.
So as an organization receiving funds, I think we've really had to make some really value-based choices. And one of the choices we made was to keep the organization small because we didn't want to run to the funders who were funding value system and organizations that didn't sync with our value based. We didn't want to fudge numbers. We didn't want to say we're creating so much change, like we're about small forest like change. So we said, okay, we're not going to go to all of these people because we don't agree with what they are putting into the market and they're making us compete with our friends, who really want to make a change. So really kind of say, okay, we are going to keep the organization small. We are going to try and keep ourselves lean so that we're not scared out. I think we are also actively, as an organization, we're actively really saying, hey, we are here for collaboration, and we really go out and introduce our friends who are doing amazing work to the people who are giving us money, knowing that they might have limited money and they might choose to fund them and not us, but we're like, hey, it's fine, overall the collective grows and it's fine, we'll figure it out. If you're opening a door for a friend, something else will come up and somebody else will introduce us to another third person. I think that's what we're really trying to do, not be in competition with each other. And Prakhar's introduced a lot of people to Youth Alliance, continues to do that. And I think at times in COVID, all of us at Youth Alliance really said, okay, the money was really going into urgent care, it was going on to getting ration, the money wasn't coming to leadership work, and we said, okay, we'll slash our salaries, our money to 1/3, 1/4, it's fine, our expenses have also reduced, it's fine, we'll take less money, let the money go to the right places right now. So we've had to do some experiments. We're also still figuring our relationship with money out personally and organizationally, but we're trying to do something to what you were saying.
Beautiful. Thank you, Vibhuti. Thank you, Jeff. Pradnya, you too? Okay.
A small comment. What we as a family, we have decided that we will have less than, no liabilities, financial liabilities, so that we can have courage to do the work what we are doing.
So no EMIs, Pradnya? No. No house in Noida for you?
No house.
Okay. One more question, the last question. Yeah? Yeah, please.
It's partially a comment. Some things really touch me here. I'm on the board of the Global Eco-Village Network, which some of you may know, which is in almost 70 countries, and there are many thousands of communities that are part of it. And we started something called the Next Gen, and it's a group of young people who are trying to make it happen in Latin America, in Asia, all over. So to be in contact with that is always good, because then we're not reinventing the wheel. The other thing that hits me strongly, self-reliance. when we work on a local level, we have the opportunity to be really self-reliant. And as we're going into almost a severe level of climate change, this may be the most important thing of all, is being able to generate funds from within, which means finding meaningful livelihood income possibilities. And we have a few in Auroville. And then another thing is partnerships with other groups who are doing it, so that we, in fact, can share our resources and our communication and what works. And there's lots and lots of money out there, truly. So having a good technical communication website or whatever is super important. And what you mentioned about less wealth for more people, that is real, true empowerment. And we see it sometimes when we talk about crowdfunding. And so we need to maybe not be out there trying to sell ourselves, but at the same time, an accessibility and having good projects that people from around the world can participate in and feel good about.
Beautiful. Thank you. So there's Jen and there's Next Gen.
That's right,
yeah? Jen and Next Gen. Beautiful.
It's all part of the same organization. And there's also Gaia Education, which is another module and part of it. And it's about a 30-year-old organization. We are always seeking money as well to be able to run different programs. But one of our main objectives is to see that local people are really supported in terms of something that's self-reliant and really
Beautiful.
Autonomous.
Thank you. Thank you. Quick, before we close, there's a break now, Sudha? Okay, thank you. So we will close this panel now, friends, but all of them are available over tea for a conversation. I've volunteered you all on, without checking with you, I'm sorry, but feel free to have longer conversations over break. A big thanks to the 6 of you for really sharing so from your hearts. Always a pleasure. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. We're back here at what, 12:30?
Yeah, at 12:30. It was beautiful listening to your shares, and if the young collective is so forward-looking, I'm sure the collective awakening is very much right here, right now. For the honesty, for the breathtaking perspectives of how you're building your own peer community of give and take, a shared language. It's not about me, it's not about my organization, it's the work. And that we all have equal space, and somewhere like what Naveen was saying, the trust that it will happen. The way you make those asks, it's beautiful. And I think the element that you brought about self-care, and one of the things is to say is that it's not just about reaching out and forming a community of taking care, but it's also holding accountability and to say, hey, drive sense into me when I'm going off track. And that's such a beautiful language. And for me personally, if we are able to build this in our community, that, you know what, knock that sense in me if I'm going off track, hold that mirror for me, hold that space for me. Thank you for really sharing that. And for me, I personally, it's been rejuvenating just listening to you all. And thank you for sharing with who you are, each one of you.
Thank you, Sudha. As you're speaking, I was just thinking, maybe for a change, we should close with a group hug. We keep joking about it, but why not, yeah? It'll panel with the difference, yeah? Okay.
Piero, photography. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so we'd like to share about the heart weaving initiative that's emerged in Auroville, and maybe I'll start briefly with a bit of a background of how that emerged. Of course, for every action there is a history which is so long, like in the Mahabharata stories you read, so and so person did this because in the 7 births before that he had done this, so you never know where the genesis is. But in December 2021, when kind of certain events that happened at Youth Center, and there was a strong amount of polarity that was existing in the community, and it was even difficult to have, like personally for me, so many of mentors and senior people who I really respected, I suddenly found them in two sides, and to even have to have a conversation with some person and not to be seen as you have taken a side was kind of difficult. So either you are with me or against me, that kind of an atmosphere, which is quite surprising and heartbreaking. And then in this environment, some small groups kind of emerged where at least people holding different perspectives could come together. And I think one such group was called Synthesis in 2022. For a few months, we used to meet in Matri Mandir, one of the gardens, once a week, and have these conversations. And as part of those conversations, an invitation came that Deena, who's the chairperson of ISC, would like Raghu Anantanarayan, who we met in the first 2 days, to come in as a person who can, as a neutral person, come and speak to people with multiple perspectives. He's not from Auroville, but he kind of has a connection to Auroville. He understands Auroville as genesis and ecosystem deeply. And then he can share what he has understood with everyone. So this invitation again came with like a formal letter signed by the secretary and the Auroville Foundation, which kind of created even a further, thing that, then this is a person who's being invited by one side, is it? And so I was kind of contacted by Raghu. I spoke to him for the first time in that call where he said he's been appointed to do this work, and it seems my name was recommended to him as someone who could connect him to people with multiple perspectives. In somewhere in August, September, we started that process, and I think he spoke to about 35 people one-on-one, and to various working groups and others. And I think somewhere towards the end of 2022, he shared a presentation to the governing board, International Advisory Council, and the foundation office of what he has understood. And that presentation that he made was recorded so that the same then could be shared with the community of what he has understood and what he shared. So this process was called a deep dialogue for harmony, and it lasted for a few months. And then we had two kind of rounds of presentation of that video, which was then shared with the community of what he has shared. And Q&A was there. Raghu also came online. And I think towards the end of 2022, what came out from this conversation and this exploration was that even if there is a small core group of 15, 20 people who are willing to engage deeply on working on themselves through a certain methodology to ensure that you are not coming from a space of a victim or a judge, but you're really coming from a deeper space that can manifest harmony, then he is willing to commit, a certain amount of time. And he suggested this name and process called the heart weaving process. And thankfully, I think based on what he shared, and because that was kind of recorded and was shared with the community as is, I think there was a certain amount of trust built by then, and a group of people committed for this heart weaving process. And it's been over a year since some of us have been working on this, and it's been deeply, deeply enriching. I'll maybe at this point invite Naveen to share, or Rajiv to share a bit more about it, and many of the Heart Weaving members are also in the group, so I think we'll hear more about that.
Thank you, Devi. So just building on what Devin was saying, I think the fundamental question that Raghu kind of evoked and provoked us to think about is almost actually the same as what he had mentioned yesterday. Often when there are these divisiveness, and he talked about these experiments with the water, groups that he had worked with in agriculture, and there's a film that he referred to, and so on. The fundamental question that we start off is by saying, do we have enough people who basically feel that there is the dharma of this place which is getting impacted? And it is not about A perspective, B perspective, or a C perspective, but it is towards the dharma of the place that we will start taking some small steps. And I think, and I'll speak for myself, but I'm also speaking on behalf of others to some extent, and they'll continue to add. The definition of dharma is very simply what will enliven me, the other, and the entire community. So this is not, often this is talked about it in terms of righteousness and rules and laws, but it's a very simple human and human, individually human, and as a human collective question. So this is basically the question, and we actually, none of us knew what it is that we were getting into. So it is not like, we had the answers. And one of the first things I still remember Raghu saying is he doesn't have an answer either. But we will figure out and we will see where it takes us. So I think one thing to kind of peg as somebody I'm also interested in the process, which is what we also want to share, is basically saying that, look, we genuinely don't know, but there is something at stake for all of us. This is not an intellectual exercise. This is not some fancy psychology. It's not like we're going to get a degree or any such thing, but our lives are at stake. Auroville's future is at stake. Can I deeply recognize that? And because we feel moved by it, can we make a first step? Completely into the unknown without really knowing where it will take us. And for this very reason, it has to be absolutely voluntary. It is not because I have a position in the system or I'm new in the system, I'm a senior in the system, nothing. We have when you hear from many of us, you will see that there is a wide diversity. Yeah, so none of that matters. And it is not to say that, those who are not here don't feel that way. But it takes a certain amount of, willingness to start, and we just started like that. And the principle that we kind of started working with is the idea of Kudam that he mentioned, where in a lot of village republics in ancient India, and especially a lot of work in this bioregion, in the Tamil Nadu region, has happened where people have, and I've seen some, and I've talked to some people where they've said that this has happened in their families, one of my friends, where he says that, how a lot of families, the men will wear the angavastram. What's that? I don't know what's that called. Like this upper garment, which is on the shirt, you wear something, and that actually signifies a certain kind of power. And he was saying how in their house, whenever there is a larger familial conflict, they remove that and set it aside and come and sit in a circle. This is symbolically and energetically foregoing power and coming and saying, let's discuss this as humans, because there is something else at stake. Not my family's needs or not your interests or any such thing, but something beyond us. So that's kind of the fundamental grammar of that process. And what this basically gets into, and I'll talk a little bit about the underlying idea behind the process, and then I'll hand it over to Naveen, is fundamentally saying that, building on what Prakhar was saying in the earlier session, that there is a recognition that within each one of us, I don't know, he's not here, within each one of us there is that inherent goodness which is wanting to make an impact in the world in a manner that is meaningful, that is there in all of us. Yeah. Now, as we step into the world, there's a part of us that is excited about this process. There's a part of us that is also feeling a little anxious and wants to step back. Is that something that we all recognize? And I'm sure we all experience this. Yeah, and this keeps getting accelerated, fed into, because of certain affirmations that we receive from the world. When we do interesting things, usually in a familial context, in a school context. In the morning we were talking about marks. In India, marks are often the absolute affirmation of everything that we do. Sorry. And the second is these fears because of rewards and punishments and other things that we receive. Aspects of belonging that get challenged. The ways in which shame, guilt are induced. ways in which we ourselves go into spots where we kind of want to distract ourselves. Yeah, so this is a pattern I'm sure we all recognize. We've done enough inner work that we recognize that these patterns within us. And often these voices within us kind of dictate the choices that we make in the world. So as much as what we see on the outer, we have a commentary, an idea, and so on and so forth, this is often a reflection of one's own perspective, is a reflection of the lens that I am kind of looking at the world with. And collectively, there's a culture that gets built in the process. So we said, let's examine this, and what are some frames and work, things that we can use. So put it in a, to kind of build on what again Deven said about victim and judge. Often these hurts keep getting built up. And in many places, what is unique about Auroville also, in many places there are lots of workshops which happen across the world where, there are people inviting you to kind of go inward, and there are some different things that one can do. But usually in maybe over 95, it doesn't matter, but in most of these workshops, once you finished your workshop, 20 people have come together, 20 people go on to 20 different parts of the world in their own lives. What is unique here is for the 20, 30 of us who are here in Auroville to go back into Auroville, where we also live together. So the potential that this has in terms of impact in the rest of the system is a lot more coherent and kind of convergent in a specific region, which is also something which is a completely new dimension to this whole process. Yeah, many of you talked about the Youth Alliance inner work and all of that, but in some ways you remain a nice cohort, friends and so on. But in many ways you also go back into your worlds, So that is also very exciting. So I think this is the fundamental question. Whenever we face an event and engage with the world, there is a parts of me that will either fight, flight, fawn, or freeze. Can I start examining these parts of myself? And like somebody said yesterday, allow for that intelligent will that lives within us to flower. So I think that is, in some sense, the experiment. So, hand it over to Navi.
Sorry. Thank you, Deven and Rajiv. So I'll add a few bits to this as well. Over these 2 years, 2021, towards the end of 2022, what we noticed is that suddenly long-term Aurovillians friends who effectively spent decades with each other, some of them, or many of them, or many of us including, somehow communication seemed to be a challenge regarding all that's happened. There are certain events that happened and then multiple perspectives on it. And we weren't able to listen to each other anymore so much. We had a lot to say to each other, at least. Yeah, but I don't know if we had the ability to listen to each other a lot. And that, of course, was creating a lot of challenges in the community. And in a sense, that's what I understand heart weaving as attempting to do. When you and I disagree so vigorously, what would it mean to learn to listen to you? And what would it mean for you to listen to me? That doesn't mean we agree with each other, but can you at least listen to me? And can I at least listen to you? And perhaps common ground might emerge from there, perhaps not. But can we learn to deepen our listening? And then see what can emerge from there. For that, in a sense, I will need to let go of my story, which I'm holding on to so strongly as the only truth. And can I try to invite you into emerging in our story? And similarly, could you do the same with me? Is it possible even to to temporarily let go of your story and see if you and I can imagine our story together and our dream. So that's, in a sense, at least what got me excited to be a part of Heart Weaving, though I do this kind of work outside. What I've had enough of working with Raghu and Rajiv outside. I don't want to be a part of, working here with you guys here. But then, more importantly, that's the promise that called me to this work. That this is something valuable that we could try out at home, and maybe it'll help us take some steps towards each other. I'm not saying it's a miracle, it's going to solve all our challenges, but it felt like a heartfelt first step towards a common ground. And so we attempted this. It's been about a year now. It's a small community of about 20, 30 people, maybe not 30, closer to 20, who have been, that has been regularly meeting in this very hall, often on Thursdays. Through the summer, through the intense heat, people were still so regular coming here and learning to really engage with the hurdles to listening. What comes in the way of my listening? Because eventually there are a lot of hurdles to listening, hurdles to just relating, and so what we've been practicing is getting a sense of what are all the inner voices within us that pull and push in different directions, and how can we learn to quieten them so that perhaps we can listen to the other. Unless I learn to quieten the cacophony inside me, how am I going to learn to listen to you? So in a sense, that's what we've been attempting. There's a lot of individual work, that spiritual work or personal practice that I think many of us in Auroville have been doing with ourselves. But what does it mean to do practice together? What does collective sadhana mean? Because that's another important aspect of all. What is collective sadhana? And personally, I don't have too many answers in that direction. But that's, in a sense, what we're also trying to emerge for ourselves, is what would it mean to truly perhaps discover collaboration. Yeah, I'm not saying we're very far, but that's what's been happening in this room over the last 1 year, meeting once a week, or now it's become once in 2 weeks, and coming together and trying to dig deeper within ourselves and discover what's coming in the way of my listening, and then try to find the next steps from there. So the group, in a sense, has become more bonded, from what I understand, and more people have also joined us in Auroville. Initially, there are multiple sides to the current situation in Auroville, and we were all looked at very suspiciously, because whose side are you on? Because if you're not on my side, then you're probably wrong. So everybody wanted to know whose side are you on, and then the ones who think they are in the middle, often it's a lonely place, because everybody's suspicious of you. Yeah, if you're on one side, at least you know whose side you're on. You got your friends there, But if you're in the middle, then everybody's like, wait, you're on the other side. So, but thankfully, the community has grown. More people have joined us, and the practice continues. And I think today we're at a position where we can say we would now like to engage with the community more and create small experiments in bridge building, perhaps, in learning to listen to each other. There is a lot of skepticism amongst other parts of the community, but what does it mean for us to really go and try and create small spaces of dissolved walls? What does it mean to create small little attempts at dissolving walls, maybe taking a few bricks down, and then see what kind of ripple effects it has. So we're at a very early stage, but it's very exciting for me because Auroville's a lab, we say, and in the world full of conflict and polarization, this is a real life situation where we can attempt opening our hearts to each other, and then seeing where that takes us. So it's almost hands-on learning, It's not easy, but there's a lot of learning. So if there are Aurovillians, newcomers, long-term volunteers here, you're welcome to join and discover the path as we walk it, whatever emerges, we'll see. Maybe I'll pass it on to other members of the heart weaving. Pardon? Methodology, well, no, it'll become boring. Largely this is what we've been doing. Well, we use a bit of theatre, we use a little bit of theatre, art, stories now, films of late. There's going to be more films coming our way, and what else? Archetypes. Maybe you can add, maybe others can add. But at the end of the day, the methodology is really using all these, can I go inward and look at my own inner drama, so to speak. So eventually, it is self-reflectivity. All these outer tools, theatre, art, movement, films, all those are mirrors back onto my own inner world. So self-reflectivity is the core in doing what I'm doing, what am I really doing. But there are many ways many mirrors one can use to be able to look inward. So that's, in a sense,
towards community process.
the community is we grow slowly, and now we will attempt a few experiments in hopefully creatively bringing conflicted perspectives together, not conflicted people necessarily, but conflicted perspectives together, and creating spaces for listening to each other, and then we'll see what happens. Yeah?
What have you learned? Are there some kind of collective lessons that you're beginning?
We'll hear from others, yeah, but yes, that's a great question.
Maybe before we ask the participants to share, an important detail to share is that we decided that as the heart weaving group, we will not take a stand. So our group comprises of people who hold multiple perspectives, and few of them can go out in the community, do some engagement, but when they go out, they don't go as heart weavers. So as heart weaving group, we don't take a stand. We allow all perspectives to come in. Few people can have a stand. Sometimes you need to take a stand, so they can take a stand on something. But as a heart weaving group, we don't take one stand. We allow all perspectives to come together. So.
My name is Shivaya, and I am part of the community for quite many years. And what this process brought to me is I have been involved in conflict resolution, in ways to find common ground, but all these efforts which I've been earlier involved is always kind of driven from Western knowledge, Western wisdom, traditions of that kind. And this what Raghu brought here to us is a system, or let's say a way to go about. It's not a system in a system, but it has really brought to me an Indian approach to it, and an Indian approach that is coming from the Mahabharata in a way. No? It's a lot of that comes through the mythology and the tradition. And for me, I've always been grappling with our Western approaches, because I realized that my Indian friends, it was mostly not reaching them. So for me to have this experience or this learning opportunity into an Indian system or way of approaching this has been fascinating. And what I really cherish is this thing of the archetypes. We are also in the West, we have archetypes, and there is let's say similarity to some extent, yeah. But the victim role and the different archetypes. Now I'm not using Indian or European names, but the victim or the guardian, the weapons, which we are. So it has become more and more alive. And the big corner, and we have a few archetypes which we are referring to. And also what they create, because each of them is constantly in movement. So realizing that all these archetypes are are all the time in myself in a dynamic. And the dynamic on top of it is reflected in the world and has its own dynamic. So to become more and more aware of this, and it's all in implication on myself and on my surrounding. And then also learning, also knowing, this is our deep knowing. Our deep knowing actually is, and it just has been coming in the foreground, that the neutral ground is the heart. The heart, the more we are able to sit in our heart, the more we are able to, let's say, act despite that drama that goes on. And the more we are sitting in witness is actually helping us to observe the whole lot. So for me, it has been a true jewel for my own discovery in the community and in myself. And also I really feel that this brings us into a very active role where we try to be as much as we can in the friend, we call it the friend, the heart space, and simultaneously in the witness, which we call, we have these Indian names, what? Sakshi. Sakshi and Sakhi. Yeah, Sakhi the friend, and Sakshi the buff. Yes, she. And then I realized that all this is an incredible tool, a reminder, but the minute we become more attentive to this, at least in retro, we can trace what happened. And maybe a few times we trace only what happened, but eventually we are able to observe it in the doing or in the speaking. And so for me, it's an extremely precious tool I got. We have also started some things, but I think somebody else can talk.
So I recently got admission in heart weaving, so it's my first year. So I think one thing which actually changed me, or like हिंदी में बोलते कुछ हिला दिया, is that Raghu said that until you change the definition of who you are, it will not change anything. So if I say that I'm in Auroville and I have to see my livelihood, then you will find everywhere that where should I work, what should I do. But suddenly if you change it, why are you here for a bigger cause, or let's say human unity, then suddenly the entire shift will be there. Then you will think differently, you will act differently, you will behave differently, you will relate to the people not with any agenda, but because now you see that there's a bigger cause, the human unity part. So yeah, this is the one most important lesson I got from the heart wave. Thank you.
Yeah, for me it's been a very interesting year to self-reflect and just to really stay hands-on work on this human unity and the feeling like I've been here for so long, more than 44 years, and this community is my family, and the family was getting into strong polarization, and I have a commitment towards working on myself, not to make this polarization stronger, but to learn, and I've learned a lot of self-reflection and what are these dynamics in myself. And it's always been in a very kind way of learning. It's been we had very good facilitators that really brought us further. And it's been very joyful discovery. And one of the things that we have been doing also, which has not been mentioned, is like some people would go out and purposely talk to somebody from the other side. I'm more listening, and listening, and listening. And one of the possibilities is also to come then back to the group and kind of evaluate what was the strong parts, what was the difficult parts. We have also done role plays, which was very interesting, to role play difficult conversations, and to see how that is going. So it's been very much a place of learning and practicing. And we had a fantastic way now. We started to work with films, and the other day we saw a film, and it was about a jury in America, and we stopped at very difficult moments, and then could identify with what was the archetype playing out in that character at that moment. So we could actually see it from the outside playing out back to us. It's been a great time of learning, and I look forward to go further and even hopefully can inspire more people to join, especially like now we're getting a little bit more established in ourselves, and we can take on hopefully a little bit more challenging situations. That's all.
Hi everyone, I'm Meenakshi. I'm also a new recruit into the heart weaving.
Newborn baby.
Very, very newborn baby. I'm very new in it. However, not new in Auroville, and somehow it's my second time in Auroville. I was here for 4 years. I left Auroville feeling rejected and all those feelings I took with me, but came back, and again a different perspective, different aspects and everything. Sonia was the one who asked me to join Heart Weaving group because something was happening in the community where I was very open and willing to share, but I again felt because I'm working somewhere, I was not accepted. No, you cannot do this. And so, but Sonia there stood up and mentioned about heart weaving and told me that when the new opening comes up, she will invite me in. So I'm very thankful for that. My stories go on, and I'm very happy to share those with you. In here, I would just say that collectively, we are all working towards one goal, that is Auroville, and we have to leave behind our personal, whatever our agendas are. We have to leave those behind, because everywhere else in the world, you can achieve whatever you want to achieve. You want to be a doctor, you want to be a physicist or professor and make a lot of money. You can do all those things. In Auroville, we have our values set down, which are very clear. We are here working on ourselves, and we are working on human unity, and basically bringing all those things collectively. Whatever we think, it impacts each and every one of us. And so keeping those core values at all times, being present for the other person, is a community, it's a family, like Sonia has mentioned. So my family does not include only me, my son, my family, my husband. It is my neighbor also, it is the community I'm living in, it is the Auroville as whole, as one. So whatever actions, whatever things we are doing, they impact us all. And we are reflection of our own journey. What we are bringing out, it's what's in here. So we need to go inward and talk about ourselves and improve on ourselves so we can improve our community. So that's the journey, and that's the path Heart Weaving is showing. And we are practicing that on a daily basis. Me personally, I again can share the stories, but I do not know how long I can go. So it's like, okay, cut short. So I'll cut short. There.
I don't know what to say. there is so many things was said already. I just say what is for me, how it is for me. It is very big adventure. It's adventure which starts within and go every day outside and come back. It's adventure or research, a search how as human beings in our search for peace inside we don't create wars outside. That is why most, I think, Aurovillians is here. So it helps me a lot. It's encouraged me daily, and it's teach me to look inside and see each moment in which state I am and what I'm creating from this inner state. Thank you.
My name is Ram Narayan. I am in Auroville for some years. And you see what they when introduced in the December of 2021, that when that instance happened, when all the suppressed or latent or hidden differences or divisiveness or divisions and multi-divided things came to the surface, and we had a big, unbearable situation. But you see, because I didn't witness the previous things, I found that, why can't we rely on our strengths? And then I wrote an article in Oronet saying that if 100 trees are cut, we can plant million trees. What is the problem? We are successful in doing that. Is our strength. And in that light I wrote, and that is very spontaneous. And another thing also that happened, the government and everything, they came, it is not by accident, maybe it is by coincidence, because the responsibility of manifesting Auroville is not of only the Aurovillians, it is the whole world. And why anybody and everybody can participate for the manifestation of that. So these thoughts are keeping me busy, so it becomes very difficult for me to see whether I am this side or that side. When people say if you are not this side, then you are that side, then it is pushed back. And then I said I am not this side or that side, but I am inside. And this attitude may be unique for me at that time when this announcement from Deven, Raghu, community, all these things came, and they said that a dialogue for harmony, yes, maybe this is the thing I must participate. I don't participate in any other groups, or this WhatsApp group, that other group. And that quite interested me, and I participated. And that, you see, there are many methods that Naveen presented. For me, it is very interesting. You see, I am the actor. Actor means I. Who am I? I am that soul, meant to grow in the world. But I have different elements which I get impressed, archetypes, like sometimes I am a victim, sometimes I behave like a dreamer, sometimes I behave like a guardian, sometimes different things come into me, but I don't know. Without my knowledge, I am acting in all these different roles. But this activity, heart-giving activities, when all of us come together and I see myself in the mirror of others being my mirror, and I see in myself what are the things that I am coming up, I am acting in. And in that knowledge, awareness, helps me to go deeper and higher and control myself and be myself. And it is, if you ask me today, can you please go and do something for the community in this line? I don't find that strength. I can participate, but that call has not come yet. But but this is the right thing that is happening, because this is very subtle. Because it is subtle, it is very powerful. And we don't see outside, but it has its own repercussions and influences. Though we don't expect anything in return, but it works, I believe. And that's why also we are here and we are able to express. And it is a very interesting journey. And every week we come together. Even you can say externally, you can say he is your rival, but I can have a dialogue with him. People say, hey, these are two rivals, how can they have dialogue and face to face? But it is never impossible. Even at this moment, whoever says I am this side or that side, I can go and meet and talk and we can have everything, no problem. But we are growing. Yeah. So heart moving is actually connecting with others' heart, first to your heart, and this is the way I live, and it is quite helpful. I don't know how much I could express that I was expected of me, but I am happy that I am in this group.
So, in a sense, I'm also newborn to the group, and I'll say what it's to me personally. From the very first impression, it felt like I am home, where my shadows, all the intricacies of my shadows will be addressed, and that I am making that personal promise to it, that it will be held humanely. Thanks, that's all I can share.
Should we just open it up for any questions, comments, anything you want to share? We've all spoken very nicely about it. You can take that with a pinch of salt. Yeah? There could be biases in what you share. But really, if any curiosities you have, we're very happy to respond.
Or any, would any new methodologies be added will you continue to use the same methodologies, or are you open to pursuing other new ways of coming together, new approaches that exist in other places around the world? I'm thinking of the work that reconnects by Joanna Macy and applying it to community, as she does a lot of healing work around the environment, and Daniel knows about this, and we've had some really amazing sessions with this kind of work. And then there's also the Ho'oponopono prayer and the work of Dr. Ihaya Hugh Len, which could also be really powerful.
I understand the spirit of it. Anything that helps us open our hearts to the other, so-called other, is medicine for the journey. So sure.
I can just respond. As I understand it, and this is like Naveen said, we all have our own biases with respect to methodologies, and which is I think why maybe my need to share, I was prompting him to say something. But I feel one of the things that can, and like I said, this is my personal bias, I think one of the things that can really trip me, and I've often seen that in other processes, is if there are methodologies which are largely, I don't know any about what you're saying, but I'm just generally stating it. If they are largely verbal, then it is very easy to kind of talk, and I think, and it's easy, like somebody said, easy to get into the head space, and bring in ideas. There's always an idea of as if that I carry. This is as if how I act in the world, and it's easy for me to talk about it. And I think some of what we are attempting is to bring in aspects of theater, art, and role plays, and so on and so forth, because often in these methodologies and mediums, you actually are not talking, you're acting. Often in 2 hours of our circle, 1.5 hours is silence, because we're using just words, gestures, postures, we're moving, we're using this entire space and so on, and then reflecting back and saying, hey, what happened? And once we become reasonably sensitive enough, we can't bluff each other. And most definitely we can't bluff ourselves. So I think that's just the underlying grammar behind the methodology. In this, any frame that can come in is definitely welcome and helpful. I just wanted to place that underlying grammar from which we can explore other things.
Thank you. I've been asked to share the second point I will bring forward, and the first one is leading to the second is, as a leader, like some requirements and how the mediation process in any group or communities or collectivities. So as you understood, I come from more indigenous tribe background, knowledge, wisdom, is so important, and as a clear process, and that any leader having any function or position is committed to follow that mediation process with different steps, to first talk, then find mediators, then you can design it. The last one, if I can offer this seed of a powerful process you ask, is called restorative circle. Restorative circle, which was created in Brazil, in the favelas, where it brought gangs killing each other together. So you can see the power of it. It's very intense. It requires facilitation and the willingness for any leaders to engage time and resources in that. And the second point, so, is to share about indigenous ways of resolving conflicts or coming together, which is not through the mind, but with the heart, with the body, with spending time together, which is sitting in a sweat lodge, for example, sitting for ceremonies, which can be with sacred medicine. It's very intense and a beautiful healing process to sit in the jungle, for example, in the Amazon with indigenous elders or shamans for healing, if both sides are willing to go there, for example. Or Sundance, to dance together for 4 days and nights. For example, it can be intense, but there are many other ways. And that's something I've noticed. Those techniques or tools, I've not contacted them anywhere in Auroville yet, and which can bring a perspective, and either some indigenous elders from the Amazon, Central America, North America, Australia, Mongolia, Siberia, Africa can maybe be invited in Auroville to create those spaces or share those tools. I can facilitate contacts if you ask me, yes. So I think that's it. So thank you.
Banteji also wants to speak.
So mine is more of a question. Sorry, I missed a lot in the morning sessions because I have to go to eat at 11. So maybe if I ask something that displays my ignorance, forgive me. I've lived in some communities whereby they would, I think is a follow-up on what you're asking. They are in a circle, and then there's, of course, there's a tendency of power differentials. But when you sit in a circle, almost the whole power goes. We're all the same. And there's a place where I worked in the United States before I became a monk, and it's a meditation center. But communication was a problem.
Surprise, surprise.
And it was so interesting for me to watch. I was the only African there. And they asked me, how come that you live among all these North Americans? I said, there's no problem. For me, I have no problem. But then I would see the kitchen manager, and always problem came from the kitchen, actually. It's amazing. Always the kitchen is a brooding ground for conflict, you know. Yes, but maybe here is different. But anyway, what happened is this organization started in 1975. Probably it's the biggest meditation center I know in North America. But they are very efficient, but still conflict is part of being a human being. I told you in my talk last time. Only 2 places where there's no conflict. Yeah. So, but they came up with some idea of what to call non-violence communication. So they used to employ somebody who would come from a nearby place and was paid $500 per day to come and train us. Different departments. There was a housekeeping department. I used to work in the office. In the front office will have about 5 people. Then there is a facility and all that. So it was amazing. I participated in those dialogues, and it is amazing how they really changed the whole organization. Communication, communication, and communication. So I don't know, it's just a question, have you worked around communication? Because really, we cannot be silent. We are human beings, we have to express ourselves. And it's amazing for me to watch that most of us, we can really harm other people through action, but also through non-action. So most people think, okay, because of somebody's action, I would feel hurt or wounded. But there's also the harm that caused through non-action, through silence. And silence, for most part, communicate a lot. So this is just a question, actually, whether you have tried this. Personally, I've led some workshops and throughout during my research in Uganda, in a slum like Favela, and we did some kind of forgiveness, African forgiveness practices. And one of them that was not that we didn't really practice, but it came up, was they would bring water, and actually they would wash their hand, and they say, okay, you did this to me, and all this kind of thing, and then you wash it away, and people cry, actually. So this came up. But what I did in my workshop during my research, it was actually bring somebody in the center there, and say, you say good thing about the things that we've done. And now, if there's something that you think it's not skillful, you mention later on. But at least you have mentioned about 100 things. Yes, so there's a lot of communication that I got to learn. It's called sandwich communication, whereby you start, oh, this was good. However, you underplay the middle, and oh, I love this one. So it's called sandwich communication. There is also honey first and vinegar later. So a lot of communication. There's save face communication. You save the face. And perhaps you didn't know this. So you save the people's face, you know. And there's iMessaging. And there's a lot of communication actually that can bond the community together. It's not that you're not going to have difference. I think there's always going to be differences, but how do we address them? And I really call upon indigenous wisdom, actually. For me, in the United States, we would sit in a circle, and there was a bond that we are carrying like this. Even the abbot, even the vice abbot, the monk, the nuns, and the lay people, we would sit in a circle. It was so beautiful, actually, and it was in a monastery. Yes, so for me, I think it's a question, sort of to explain more, but I have experienced circles whereby it's the healing. Communication is healing in itself. So my question then is, in your methodology, how far have you gone with the communication? Thank you very much.
Respond to that?
I can add to it.
Bante, thank you. That's a very important question. Communication, I would assume, is the heart of what we're attempting. And if I have to give it a fancy name or a label, I would call it, what we're attempting is heartfelt communication. Yeah, like sandwich and other things that you said. What we're attempting is heartfelt. And the word methodology is a little tricky. What we're attempting is actually what's indigenous to this land. The moment we say indigenous, it needn't be about this land we're living on is also indigenous. And it's thousands of years old, and it has powerful practices, not just the Tamil culture, but the larger Indian land as well. And we've had conflicts for eons, and we've learned to resolve them and whatnot, right? So a lot of what we're drawing upon is actually indigenous to this land as well. So, and how far have we come? I think we've taken a small but an important first step, and many more miles to go. But long journeys anyway still continue one step at a time. So I wouldn't say we have arrived at any massive change, but it's an important first step that's been taken, and we'll see. Maybe when we meet the next conference in a year's time, we will have taken 2 more steps, perhaps. But it's an unfolding journey, and we'll keep you updated. Yeah, and your blessings are solicited.
If you want to add anything.
Yeah. Just to say one thing. Just add
Please.
I can say that many of us heart weavers do have also other tools. Non-violent communication is widely practiced by certain people.
Restorative circles.
Yes, restorative circles we've gone through a whole cycle of maybe 7 years. So there is. It's just somehow we haven't really, with this new conflict or with this very separating, or how can I say, this conflict which has made us which has gone so deep into our roots, that has overwhelmed us and created these fronts. And it's actually something it's also connected with it is an evolutionary crisis in our collective. So there are multiple facets to what we are facing right now. So our response with our heart approach is one step, hopefully helping to build another step, which is of a different kind, at least in my mind,
Thank you, Shwaya. Yeah.
Just to add to what Shiva said, I think within a 5-kilometer radius, I don't think there's perhaps any other place on the planet Earth where there are so many healers, NVC certified people, restorative, if you see news and notes, you'll see. So there have been tools, there have been, these circles which are happening, but perhaps there is this. What Ramnarayan also said, that there was so much of it that was kind of latent, which this conflict has brought up, and somewhere at the root is, for decades there was full freedom given to experiment and explore, and different people look at freedom in different ways. So for somebody the freedom means I can do what I want, that is freedom. For some people say no, but the mother said freedom means you have overcome your inner limitations and you are guided by the soul. That is true freedom. So we have a whole spectrum of understanding of what is freedom when this is a lab. And suddenly after decades, when the governing board and there's a decision taken which kind of is so strong that that has shaken up things at a much deeper level. And I think what this process, because Raghu's work is so much rooted in the Indic wisdom, the indigenous wisdom, I feel while the outward tools are theater and play, and which are very fun and they're embodied, but I think there is something very deep and fundamental which allows us to come back to that witness, to that soul in us. And I think to me that is also what makes this work different, because there can be tools and practices which can work at different levels, but how can you go to the deepest part? Like the first point of mother's guidance on to be a true Aurovillian is to see who someone is beyond their social, heredity, physical appearances. We are all souls in evolution. So unless we touch that, there will still be conflicts. So yeah, somewhere I feel the heart weaving work, because it's so rooted in the Indic wisdom and allows us that space to go to that depth. I think there is some special magic to this work also.
1 minute maybe, is that you see there is an analogy which will tell a lot of things that actually I cherished sharing that, is that there was a guru and he had many disciples, and once the guru received some new seeds and he sowed in the pots and the plots, and he had to go out, and he asked the disciples to take care of. And when these seedlings came up, and these disciples, considering that they are the weeds, they weeded out. Okay, so what I mean to say is that over this 40-50 years of Auroville's manifestation and growth, it is not that nothing has developed. Lot of sacrifice, lot of contribution, lot of devotion, aspiration has built up so many values. That's why we are existing here in spite of all these things. Even this place is radiating that social atmosphere. And just we need to recognize that and not weed them out when, you see, but in the world, even just to give an example of here, is the administration. It is, and the theme of this conference is also evolution. And everything in the world is in evolution. Even the administration, governance here is also in evolution. Whatever that was the past, some of will go, and something which has real truth, it will continue. Let us believe in this evolution and see what is coming next. Nurturing the best of the past and looking forward to the future and the ideal of Auroville, we can do certainly something. And any healing process that we have said, it will be never perfect. Even the heart weaving also that we are saying, it will not be perfect. We are not individually not perfect, and there is no perfection in the world. How can you expect a perfect thing in this? But there is a perfectibility in each one of us. So let us try to be perfect ourselves, and then our governance and our everything will be perfect. That I see in this way.
Over lunch? Yeah, because heart giving should not be at the cost of stomach starving, no? Yeah? That's okay? What?
Maybe we don't answer, but we just present the question.
Okay, yes, please.
No, it's if you feel like going on.
Yeah, I'm happy to wait and listen. Sorry. Yeah, please don't feel obliged to stay.
I just want to offer some witness here. What came to me through the process is this saying when we enter the temple, which says, the garden of the unexpected birth. And in Way of Council, we have a seat for the heart keeper. And I felt that this group is the seat of the heart keeper of another wider circle that is going on in Auroville. I want to, very moved for the authentic way you want to walk in this process. And I bow to this. And I know that the heart is the creator and where you really can find all the resources. And as long as the pure energy nourishes the tree you are planting, the more the heart keeper will keep on ringing the bell. We have the heart keeper who rings the bell when the process is complicated or not really. So I feel you ring the bell. Thank you. Thank you. I will bring that back, the sharing of what is happening here. Thank you.
Thank you, Georgia.
I wanted to know what's the admission process, because people they said it's the new programs with this and
The admission process is, do I have am I open to opening my heart to the other? do I want to open my heart to the so-called other, and do I live in the bioregion in a sense long term? Those are the only two criteria. And I mean, of course, being willing to be a part of the community efforts of preparing ourselves. We're all works in preparation, so if you can regularly put in time, your heart is, there's an openness to, and then, yeah, the rest we can talk. But that's it, pretty much. Please.
Yes, but not Thank you. Two questions to be there in the middle and listen to. Come from outside, and in my experience, human unity is the goal, the in-between goal for the next, the step in the evolution. But the stakes are very high to achieve that. So one question would be to the heart. How much are you ready to give up when it comes to get into that which can only be achieved by going through certain difficult experiences or opening up to new things that could be overwhelming? And my second question...
May I just respond to this? We don't know, and we'll find out. Yeah, at this point, I don't want to make any... how can we know? We will find out. Okay, thank you. No, beautiful. It's a lovely question. Just wanted to say that we have no idea, and I hope we find out as we walk. Thank you. Yeah, and yeah, second.
Yeah. How much are you... Is this group embroidered in the community, in the whole Auroville? Be seen. Is Auroville aware? Their members or its members are aware of your presence, and how much does the work that you're doing then go through to the others?
Sure. People are aware, but it's very slowly seeping in. And now I think we're ready, which we didn't share with. We're now ready to, I think, step up our engagement with the community a little bit more. But it's a very small seed at this point. Thank you, beautiful question. A small seed, it's begun to sprout. Hopefully, it'll grow, and with all your blessings and support, hopefully it'll grow more, and we'll take it from there. Yeah? Sure.
We also felt that this being the first year of us coming together and exploring, it's important to keep it voluntary and intimate to start with. And while we keep telling people, and by word of mouth people keep joining in, we also said, let's keep it this, because it is quite intense. We need the space. It's like when the sapling is initially growing, you want to kind of give it some space.
I know we are in the need for lunch. Me too. But I just want to share two offerings. One, I would like to rescue. One, I know there are many tools, and I know many of the ones that has been shared, but there's one that I have the feeling that it should be highlighted. Want to mention this African ritual that is like talking to the water. I just want to share that I witnessed once in a retreat the craziest conflict that have ever been. It was like in the forest of California, 70 people doing a Work That Reconnects retreat. First day everything normal, then second day news came that black churches were being burned down in the south of the US. Suddenly people were crying on the floor. Then an enormous conflict brought by black people, Asian people, the white people, and it was absolutely crazy. And it happens for days. And then a Mexican woman comes, like at the 6th day, and nobody could leave. We were like on the middle of the forest. Like it was no buses, we were stuck on the conflict. Then this Mexican woman comes and watched this like apocalypse. And I mean, it was mainly that we were doing the sessions, but then everything went crazy. And then she said, I want to offer an African ritual. Are you willing to try? Everybody, yes, please, rescue. This is going to become like a war. And then she offered that ritual. That's the most powerful thing that I have ever experienced. It was like, just briefly, like having an altar of water, people going to talk to the water. That was the whole thing. And then people in the back, chanting, dancing, whatever. And then very big, like 20 people could go at the same time, as many times as they needed. Then when they went back, whoever was facing the person that was coming, the only thing that you were invited to say was, brother, sister, I saw you. I saw you. And that was it. Next day, zero conflict. Like nothing happened. Like nothing happened. It was like a miracle. So I just want to share that there is something so powerful in that. And last thing, a little tip: if you can find pure chocolate, like more than 80% chocolate, try giving a piece of chocolate before the session and observe what happens. I'm not going to say anything, just observe. There is a mystery. There is a mystery, and I'm talking about more than 80%. Less than that doesn't work. So it's yummy, it's fun, and something happens. Something happens. Thank you.
I hope you come back next year, Daniel. Yeah, we'll tell you what happens, or what you observed, rather. Thank you. I think we can now go have lunch. Yeah? Thank you.
No silence? Yeah. David?
Just a minute of silence and gratitude.
Easy. Okay, so as we're nearing towards the end of our time together, but the beginning of another time together here on, we thought we'll just sit in a circle, which is something that we all do, right? To bring our collective wisdom, to harvest, to offer, to take. And the way we will start this is Pradnya has graciously agreed to sing a song. As usual, I bullied her into singing. And then we have Jeff who will share a little bit about the pro-social and the context, because that was his time in the morning which kind of got took over. Around 3:30, we will formally bring the session to a close more from a point of view of the 3-day harvesting, which will be anchored by Manoj and supported by me. And then there are certain rituals, around maybe 5. Then we have a group that is going to chant. And we bring the International Spiritual Summit to a close. So that's the flow and that's the plan. So we'll flow with what is. Daniel has agreed to offer from his wisdom that he shared about a water ritual. So there's a little bit of a pot with water in it. And we're just going to integrate and flow with whatever feels beautiful for this gathering, who have journeyed last 3 days, opening their hearts, listening, contributing, learning. There's much, much, much more. Words can never, ever articulate or even come close to what this journey has been like for the last 3 days. Personally, for me, it feels like an eternity. But that can happen when you're in a state of expansiveness. So without much ado, Pradnya, if you could into this sacred space, bring in music that truly binds us as one.
Thank you. And I ask for your forgiveness because I'm singing after probably 2 decades. Let us begin with the simple prayer, which is aspiring to go from untruth to truth, from darkness to light, and from death to immortality. Most of you might have heard it. Om Asato ma Sadgamaya Tamaso ma Jyotirgamaya Mrityorma Amrutam Gamaya Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. I'll just sing a para of a Kabir bhajan, which basically is to say that in this very challenging, beautiful, conflicted, that kind of a world, without the Guru, we cannot cross the oceans, we cannot cross the rivers. So please, all the guides around us today, Sri Aurobindo and the Mother, and all of our ancestors and the guide within, we bow down to them and we seek their guidance. Guru Bina Kaun batave baat, Guru Bina Kaun batave baat. Bada bikat yam ghat, Guru Bina bada bikat yam ghat, Guru Bina kaun batave baat. भ्रांति के पहाड़े नदिया बिचमू, भ्रांति के पहाड़े नदिया बिचमू, अहंकार की लाट। काम क्रोध दो पर्वत ठाड़े, लोभ मोह संघात, लोभ मोह संघात। गुरु बिना कौन बतावे बाट, गुरु बिना कौन बतावे बाट। Thank you.
I've been asked to summarize pro-social in 15 minutes, and so I'd like to begin with an invocation. Lord, help me. The crisis that we're in is both crisis and cosmos simultaneously. And it's really interesting that this is following the heart weaving, because what I really appreciate about what I heard and felt is that it comes out of the context of the tradition. And it's something that is being practiced in place in small groups. This is an indication of how the meta change will occur. It's going to begin with small groups, and it's become interconnected, just like an organism does. And so much of what we need is either we have it, but we've forgotten it, Just like, we've forgotten how to be born, so the midwife movement, we forgot how to die, so we've got the hospice movement. We forgot how to cooperate, and the evolutionary science movement comes to meet it. So the crisis point, the two meta ones, obviously, is the environmental crisis and the nuclear war. And they're symptomatic of everything else. And they are, the great grand crisis because they're extinction level events that we're looking at. But so often is the case is that the solution arises with the need. And so we're seeing it all over the place. Have you noticed an increase in serendipity and synchronicity and meaningful coincidences? Of course. It's increasing at an increasing rate. We're getting help. We have friends in high places that also want this to happen. But we have to pay attention. And we have to be willing to embody what it is that we're being instructed to do, both individually and collectively. So when I think about the heart weaving and how it relates to pro-social, both of them have come out of an existing deep well. Nobody thought up pro-social. It actually came out of the collective conscience of humanity. So I'll tell you a little bit of the story, is that the core design principles of pro-social were discovered by some researchers. And one of those researchers, who was Eleanor and her husband, researched groups and communities all over the world. And they were especially interested in how certain groups and communities avoided something called the tragedy of the commons. And the tragedy of the commons is, in short, whenever you have a common pool resource, water, land, fill in the blank, and you have ungoverned competition for that limited resource, because of greed and selfishness, it tanks the resource, thus the tragedy. But she dispelled that myth, because what she discovered is that groups and communities with no connection to one another, not comparing notes, avoided the tragedy in very similar ways. And those similar ways she referred to is the core design principles of pro-social behavior. And pro-social behavior is anything that's done for the welfare and well-being of others. And for that, she won the Nobel Prize in economics, and she wasn't an economist. And she's also a woman who was the first woman to ever win the Nobel Prize. So you talk about rattling some cages. That rattled some cages around the world. But it was also an indication both by the Nobel community of just how profound her work is. Because what she discovered, hidden in the collective consciousness, is the keys for cooperation. We know how to do this. That's why we're here. It's not survival of the fittest, it's survival of those that cooperated the best. And we are very social, cooperative creatures. And so what happened is that she, as a social political scientist, doing her work and her research, my colleague, who is David Sloan Wilson, who is an evolutionary scientist, discovered her work before she won the Nobel Prize, and they began collaborating. And the reason he was interested in it is because he realized that what she was onto was evolutionary. And the brand of evolutionary science, the new evolutionary science that he's been one of the champions of, is social cultural evolution. And the reason why this is important is because so many of the things that we have learned from looking at Darwin's theory and how genetic and biological evolution works also works with social cultural evolution. The same type of things apply. And so what happened is that her framework, social political science, began to merge with this modern evolutionary science. And so these two frameworks began to come together. And then, mysteriously, somebody else who is a contextual behavioral science, a new science again, that is kind of psychology and context, looked at this work between Eleanor and David Sloan Wilson and realized, well, this is completely compatible with our work. And so a third scientific framework began to merge with it. And so these frameworks, and they are frameworks, it's not a course, it's not a methodology, these are frameworks that are evidence-based and they are repeatable, and they do facilitate social, cultural cooperation and flourishing. And the thing that is so hopeful about modern evolutionary science is that we know from a scientific perspective that social and cultural evolution can be conscious. Unlike biological evolution, can't be conscious. But social, cultural evolution can be, and now we know it must be. It's an imperative that it is. And so these frameworks have come together right at this great time of need. And then what's been happening is that the frameworks themselves are evolving. So it's not a static thing of these three sciences. Other methodologies are beginning to integrate and experiment with it as well. And the way I got involved in it, because I'm not an evolution, I'm not a scientist, is my particular interest has always been in contemplative practice, transformative practice, contemplative community. And when I looked at these scientific frameworks for social cultural evolution, the light bulb went off. It's like, oh my God, this is what everyone's looking for, a methodology for cooperation that is evidence-based and repeatable. And so you might consider that the social, cultural, horizontal dimension of social cultural flourishing. Groups can, work together really well, and groups of groups can work together very well, but is incomplete. Complete in one sense, incomplete in another sense. In the sense that it's incomplete is it needs the vertical dimension of spiritual transformation and transcendence, and that is going to come from the wisdom traditions. And so part of then what we've been doing now is experimenting with these scientific frameworks with these spiritual frameworks. So we're doing it now with Buddhism in the Plum Village collaboration in France. We're doing it with another framework called interspirituality, which has 9 elements of what's said to be universal spirituality, which are just gorgeous. And what we hope to do next is to experiment with it with the living principles. And so the frameworks that come from Aurobindo and the Mother, and other frameworks as well. And what happens, and what's so interesting and exciting about this, is because it's a cooperative framework, it plays well with other systems. So other methodologies, other best practices, when they mix with this, then net new forms of possibilities are born out of it that aren't just this and aren't just that. It's kind of a hybrid of these things. And so it's not a panacea, it's not a one-size-fits-all. It's a cooperative framework that says is whatever you're doing, if it's working and working well, if you do it in this kind of cooperative way, then it'll facilitate whatever you're doing and help it to be more cooperative and more flourishing as a group. And it's an evidence-based thing, so you can see what's working and why is it working and what's not and why is it not. So the core design principles, public domain, you can look them up. Prosocial.world is the nonprofit organization. And we've got a lot of collaborations going on with groups all over the world. But I want to share a story of a practical application of how this worked in a really profound way. Because when you think about it, when we look at ourselves, it's really hard to change our own behavior. That's hard work. Changing culture, changing the behavior of a group or groups of groups, that's really hard work, as we know. But it can be done. In fact, it must be done. So here's an example of pro-social inaction in Sierra Leone during the height of the Ebola crisis. There was a village that had one of the highest concentrations of Ebola. And the village members and their families were just being devastated by it. And there's a group of folks that learned about this methodology and said, well, let's try it. So they began to work with it. 50 people were trained that then went out to 90-some villages with this. And they gathered together in small groups and sometimes in circles, and they essentially put the framework on, which is what you have to do. It's contextual. This is the contextual behavioral piece of this thing. And they had to align on the most important thing, which is a shared identity and purpose, and had a really, really important one. They wanted to live, and they wanted their loved ones to live. And they realized through their exploration that the thing that was spreading the virus was their death rite rituals, which involved touching the body. That's their culture. That's their heritage. So how do you change that? You know, that's what they do. That's how they do it. And so what they did collectively together is they decided on a kind of an alternate way of doing it. They took banana tree trunks and they essentially dressed them up as an effigy of their loved one. And the banana tree trunk served as the representation of their loved one that they could then touch and, heal and participate in the rite in the ritual without the risk of transmission. So that's just one example, but it's a profound example because that's a cultural change that they had to go through. But it's an example that as more and more groups begin to work with this in their own unique way, with their own unique circumstances, and are able to share with others what they did and how they did it, what worked and what didn't work, then what's possible is the collective wisdom of cultural change that can be shared collectively, where there can ultimately be a cross-fertilization of collective wisdom that can be shared among communities so that there can be some vicarious learning how to do it. The other thing that's very, very hopeful about this new evolutionary science, which we realize it requires spirituality, inner and outer work, is that it can happen very rapidly. Cultural catalysis, the same type of thing that can happen in a chemical compound can happen culturally. And that's very hopeful because when we look at where the world is heading, and we look at things like the SDGs and how far in we are, and we're failing, 35%. I mean, it's abysmal. So the hope is there because the possibility for rapid cultural change is right before us. We just need examples of it that others can follow. Oh.
I have a question. The mic is going.
When they came up with the effigy of their loved one in the form of the banana trunk, tree trunk. Was it a group that came up with this solution? Was it a few people, or they were already contemplating it, or how was that solution, that specific solution? Of course, how it was accepted and how it was made acceptable is next part, but who brought that solution out?
It was a collective. It was in one village, and that's the thing about cultural change, is it has to happen somewhere before it happens everywhere. That's why Auroville is so important. But through sharing, embodying the core design principles among the group, one village came up with it. And then the other villages began to adopt it. And it's really quite beautiful, really. I mean, how they, what they did to make it personal and sacred is extraordinary. But that's it. Began with one small group.
So we'll be actually closing and harvesting the 3-day summit right now. So if you feel like wanting to be a part of the circle, those who have participated and contributed and those who wish to listen, that's what we're doing right now for the next 1 hour. So if you want to join in, we changed that. Because I'll have a debrief with you later on, yeah? No, we felt the need to close it up with more about looking at what our journey has been for the last 3 days. And it had been designed a little differently, giving in what emerged. And yeah. We were also waiting on you to give us the structure and the flow, so we had to come up with something. I understand, Luca, I'm really sorry for that right now, but we're closing in terms of harvesting. You're happy to join us. You're happy to listen. We're happy to have your contribution. But we had to change the last session. Sorry about that, Anu. Okay, so the next 1 hour is largely our time. So what I'm just going to be requesting you to do is keep aside your phones, keep aside your books, keep aside any pen, and just bring all of you. Give yourself some free space to just sit. And as you gently close your eyes, and just take a deep breath in. Niharika, come here, my dear. Be a part of the circle. Would you like to be part of the circle? You participated. Sir? Vijay, would you like to be part of the circle? We can get you a chair, that's not a problem. Come, Vijay. Sorry, I had. No, that's nice. Thanks. Sorry for that. And once again, just allowing yourself come into the circle, Vijay. Okay. Closing your eyes. And just take a deep breath in and breathe it out. And as we sit around in this circle, the light in the central portion, going back to day one, and even before, to all the efforts, the ideation put into conceiving this summit as a consequence or as a follow-up to the one that was held last year. Knowing what all is happening around the world, and Auroville being at the center of it, knowing that it is a city of experiment. It's a city that the earth needs because it belongs to humanity. And it's a work in progress. And just like everything else around is on a threshold, we felt that maybe this year's theme could be about collective consciousness, the awakening of it. And while each one of us focuses on our individual sadhana, how could we collaborate? How could we bring together? What could we learn from one another? What may be happening elsewhere that we could bring into our awareness and integrate it? And then we had several speakers agreeing, and they have come from whether it's Greece, from different parts of India, USA, Caribbean, bringing in a rich heritage. And then it was February 9th, 10th, the arrivals happened. Our journey started off with a collective meditation of 3 hours plus in the Hall of Peace. Where we read different prayers, we had readings, bringing exactly the kind of intent and the energy that this space needed. Creating that field for the seed of collective awakening, of a conscious choice to bring forth from within for the benefit of humankind. And across the 2 days and 3 days, the first day focused on the individual sadhana to collective sadhana, where we had experiences from an organizational perspective. Where they shared how do they, as a spiritual community, hold conversations, collaborate within the structure, the freedom. Knowing that there are challenges, there will be challenges, to learn from how did they overcome and how do they work through when they meet that challenge. Thereafter, we looked at from within us, individuals within spiritual communities having spent a lot of time working, sharing their wisdom of what works, what does not work. Where is the alignment? How everything within us is related to the nature around. how we are a summation of what's outside, yet what we are on the inside impacts the outside. And there were breakout room discussions where each one added their perspective, and it was beautiful to see how we just listened to these differing perspectives. And how could we take forward this space of sacred listening and to say, all perspectives are welcome, and yet how do we synthesize, how do we synergize? How do we find the path that can really bring these different thoughts, the richness that they have to offer, not just for my own personal growth and benefit, but for the benefit of the community that I'm part of, where we heard others saying, what is that one or two action items that I could implement? And it starts with that small step. Day 2, from an organizational and an individual within an organizational perspective, we looked at 2 or 3 major impact or initiatives, which is through social, educational. How can these 2 contribute to a collective awakening? Where we looked beyond the traditional definition of education. Or we looked at how a soul can be nurtured in an educational setup. How we can create safe spaces for a societal interaction, governance, prosperity models that will allow all inside of it to benefit. Knowing that there will be negotiations, knowing that will be give and take, yet the focus being on evolutionary intelligence, where we also looked at how AI could be integrated, where we focused on the inclusivity of everything, and yet trusting the human nature, the human collective, the human effort, the human intent. And then we moved to day 3, where we looked at how collaborative efforts can actually take shape when we come together as this Sangha, where we are able to say, hey, this has worked for me. How amazing if we could work together, but maybe what worked for you possibly can be worked for us too, maybe needs an adaptation of the ethos of the culture that we are. And then we had the youthful energy, the candidness, the honesty, the transparency, beautiful gifts and lessons that they had to share, where they brought the importance of self-care and a peer group, where they were willing to take on challenges when the world would probably look at them and say, you're too young. What would you know? But they are making those efforts, and serious efforts. And how could we create spaces for our youth from wherever we come from that allows them to be part of this, that allows them to be felt heard, to be seen, and that they feel safe to say, I have this too. Could I contribute? How can dialoguing happen at that level? And then the beautiful initiative of heart weaving in Auroville. It shows that nothing is impossible. An open heart that can listen, that's willing to be patient, that's willing to do all the work on the inside, and yet witness whatever may be happening and to say, how can we go through this, being us? and for the beautiful segue into this journey on the pro-social and what really brings us here. It's been a small and an intimate group, but has brought in all the diversity that Auroville as a township stands for. The universality of it, the age groups, the wisdom, the newness at different stages of our life, at different thresholds, the wounds, the pains, the hurt, the healing, the forgiveness, the tools, and most importantly, that aspiration and inspiration that henceforth the flame in the center will be kept alive, will be nurtured, and that this circle of people who've shared this journey can be my larger Sangha. And that maybe we can call upon each other for any help, for any support, for wisdom, or possibly just a ear for listening. Beautiful friendships, laughter, crying, good food, space to listen, the kirtans, all those elements that makes this a life worth living, worth contributing. And the making of a conscious community conversation probably just enlightens that we have the necessary ingredients. And sometimes we may be under the water. But knowing that we are held, there'll be something, some force that will always push us afloat. So how could we work in dance with that force? Is the space. And I just want to cast your eye on this journey that you have made beautifully. And to just stay what's here for you in the now. What are you staying with? What's most alive for you? And I'm going to have Manoj take you through the next process.
Thank you. I wish Dana were here. It is she who conceived this whole gathering. Unfortunately, she had to go to Chennai. Even though we love emergence as a principle, sometimes emergence happens in a way that disrupts the flow, and she had to go to Chennai. I'm very grateful that this gathering has happened and it is coming to a conclusion, a closure. And I really would like to invite everyone to give a silent hug to Sudha, who held a very demanding process where there were quite many unexpected emergencies happening. She gracefully, quietly integrated everything without any unpleasant words. The way she modified the schedules and adapted, integrated, that's a kind of flexibility and leadership capacity, stability, resilience required for a rapidly changing time. And we have a living demonstration of someone who held. So thank you, Sudha.
Thank you.
Thank you. When she referred to taking that one actionable item and dancing with it, that reminded me of a video. Video was randomly shot in an unexpected situation, and video became viral. Many of you must have seen it. It was shared as a lesson in leadership. There was a gathering happening on a hillside, and there was music going on, and there were quite many people lying around, sitting in groups here and there, scattered, engaged in conversations. And there was some random music happening in the backdrop. And there was one man who looked quite crazy. He stood up and started dancing. And his movements were so awkward. It was so funny. Nobody was dancing with him. He just danced for his own joy. The music was there, and he was just dancing and dancing and dancing, and somebody started shooting, and that video came out. So as this man started dancing, after some time, another guy joined. And so this man was happy and just encouraged him, and then both started doing this weird, crazy dance. And slowly, a couple of more people started joining. And in no time, more and more people started joining. And then people at distance started seeing there is a group dancing there, and everyone started coming together. And then the whole area, everyone was dancing together to that music. And it was very badly shot video because this was nothing planned. And it was so wonderful to see the leadership lesson in leadership. And it's like something that is very contagious. Like when you start dancing to something that is calling you, there is a rhythm to it. And you're dancing for your own joy, and someone else gets the inspiration and start joining, and it starts rippling, and it starts spreading. So in this gathering, how do we tune into that rhythm? One thing is clear, none of us have clarity on what's really emerging in the world. We have little glimpses here and there. That state of not knowing is wonderful, to just settle in that space. And from that space, how do we listen to that music and start the dance? So for that, my invitation is, you have heard in this last 4 days so many conversations, and our mind cannot hold all that. But there is a signature of what we call mantra. A mantra has nothing to do with something in Sanskrit or any of that. A phrase, a word, an image that quietly perched in your heart. Out of hundreds and hundreds of words and phrases that you heard here, some image, some phrase, some sentence gently entered, and it resonated, and it settled in your heart, and it is there like a seed potency. For me, when I heard Daniel reading out the letter from dolphin, that very image of dolphin writing to humanity, to our species, stayed with me, and I saw that it was growing as the days were passing. Others referring to, when we talk about collective awakening, to include other species, interspecies communication, connection with nature, all that were emerging. And this was the seed from where, without any effort, your heart is weaving something, and something begins to crystallize for you. So the dolphin was for me the seed that triggered. So what I want is, in this coming few minutes, I want you to close your eyes, look into yourself, and to catch that mantric phrase, image, that has found its home in your heart. A living image seated in your heart, something that you did not construct. It just naturally, effortlessly came into your heart. So recollect and find that seed. Best way to look for it is to quieten your mind, avoid thinking, and if possible, quietly wait for it to reveal itself. Don't worry about its utility as such, its profundity, don't worry. Invite the phrase or an image to arise. Let it take its own time. Connect to the heart and see what is there, gently settling, emerging. Please avoid analyzing it if it is emerging for you. Just let it gently form. It's about connecting to a living presence that has found its home in your heart. Now, what I would like to do is to invite you to share that little seed, image, phrase, sentence, a beautiful memory that can stay with you. Who would like to go first? Let it be offered to the flame.
Evolving or liquid frameworks and evolutionary intelligence, just that's been spinning.
Can you repeat once again, maybe with another set of words also?
Evolutionary intelligence and evolving or liquid frameworks that has stayed with me throughout.
Evolutionary intelligence, liquid frameworks. Beautiful image, liquid framework. Thank you. Maybe we can now go in circle.
The image that came to me was of a chaotic web of people pulling and being pulled. And I think that was my experience of like being supported and supporting. So continuous process of that.
Take your time, okay? Take your time. Don't worry about being quick. You can gently, nicely bring that out. Yeah.
Yeah, the words that came to me were the heart weaving, and through heart weaving, getting to the Ashtalakshmis. Yeah, that stayed with me.
Two things. One is communication, heart-to-heart dialogue within the communities. This is one thing which I felt that this might be the direction for me to contribute. And the another thing, looking at the Ashtalakshmi framework, it reassured me to how this framework is working in the field of dominant economic structure. My contribution will be in the communication field to bridge the communities together and to themselves, like within. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have two. One is the river is flowing in the temple, and the other is that when the youth were up, I felt there were the birds on the trees.
So yesterday during lunch, Ananda Reddy ji mentioned a story, and the image that came to me was that story. He mentioned that there is an ant in Africa, which communities of ants go, they cross the entire forest, and whenever a canyon comes or a depression comes, many of them actually jump into it. And when it is entirely filled is when the others can actually walk over that and go straight. So the question was about what am I doing? Is my contribution enough? For many of us, it's the yagya that is happening, and at some point in time, on the basis of all the work that has gone in, at some point somebody will be able to cross that canyon in a straight line. Yeah.
For me, something that's as a theme came about a lot is serendipity. I did not even know that I'm passing through Auroville, but just by happenstance I met somebody last evening over dinner, and it feels like there was an invitation of sorts. And this really was a beautiful day for me to meet all of you, to learn from all of you, and also to hear from all of you. So I'm really thankful for whoever it was that led me to be here.
The image that came to me was that of growing, evolving, and surrendering without fear.
The image that came to me, accompanied by a line. So the image was, as much as there is a lot of greenery around, I still feel like there is a lot of parched areas, and there's just little few drops of water that's accumulating in the center somewhere. And and a part of me is saying it's not a mirage, it's actually water. So I think that's the image. The other is just a commitment to listen a little more deeply. There's so many voices that went unheard and unacknowledged, and I'm just kind of, So a sense of remorse and a commitment to listen a little more deeply.
The image came to me of a flower, and one thing is a heartfelt connection or relationship.
The moving image was a path, first step in the shadow, inviting, loving the shadow. Second step, healing. Third step, activation, evolution, connection to a universal web of life, regeneration, and a new humanity.
Have you seen a mathematical wave repeating continuously, and then you put another one with another frequency, and then another one with a third frequency, and they repeat patternless, and there is some randomness in it. But at a certain point, something happens. All of them fall down at the same time, and there is a hole in the middle. And this was the image that I became. Because I want to explain why I see this. I see the world in a crisis, and it's been for some time already. And now I hear, and it's interesting that I'm coming from outside, say this. I hear that there is a crisis in Auroville, and I see the tipping point of change for humanity. If Auroville gets across this point, this is going to be the time zero for the transformation, and this can be ground zero, and I really wish for it.
For me, what came was resorting to sadhana in the midst of all the ideas that are there, so that they can be implemented more impactfully, and also curiosity for evolutionary intelligence and pro-social world as to how communities can thrive together.
In my case, I heard a word that is sankalpa, which I don't exactly know. I mean, I have a little idea, but it just came to me, sankalpa. And it has come to me since yesterday, and for some reason it have felt very powerful and like ordering my mind. And I have a vision of like a cloud, a very cloudy sky, feeling like sad, but then eventually a ray of light coming out of the cloud, and then I felt the message of faith, that the light is already there, even if I don't see it, even if it's cloud, but the sun is behind. It's there. I have to keep, because it's eventually the light is coming. Yes, thank you.
For me,
the sensation of automatic connection with the gross body sensations, and hence listening to, in a way, I related to the fractals, while the whole of the pattern of the fractals keep on expanding and contracting. Somewhere the tension was at the center. And the automatic falling into silence.
For me, on Saturday, on the first session when we started, the collective meditation, I found it very strong. And after a long time, I think my brain kind of took a break for 2 hours. So that was more interesting.
The image that comes for me is rain clouds are gathering, and Dawood is playing his drums, and we're all eating 85% dark chocolate from Daniel's land, or from his hands. So that's the image that's come for me.
For me, first, the words has come. Coordination and cooperation and care. And while Sudha is coordinating, we are all like, I feel like after that the connection. And we are like cooperating to according to that and caring each other. Then when I stopped that process thinking, then it came the pictures. Individual cycles, vibrations, and the whole big vibrations together. And finally the raindrops, tip, tip, top. Then the big service tree. Yeah.
Love, unconditional love for each one of us.
For me, the first came the word trust. I think it followed some of the thoughts and some of the things that I've been hearing. And then an image came of a girl that I saw today, and she was, after lunch, she was drawing a flower. She was coloring it with rainbow flowers and rainbow colors, and she told me with such a free flow, she was telling me that this is a flower of another planet, and it has a name of Breeze Loca, and then that it grows, you plant it and it grows over a year. And listening to her, she was so free-flowing in how the whole planet is and how it's planted and how it's going to be and why it changes colors and everything. And I really felt, so I think so blessed and so honored to hear that. And for me, it connected to the summit in this way of trust in the flow and of creativity, of collective flow and creativity to actually overcome the challenges and maybe create new spaces and new worlds and explore them.
This is my first visit to Auroville, although I have known Auroville for more than 3 decades and have had friends who are part of the community. The image that will remain in my mind is this candle in the Hall of Peace on the table. I think that really registered in my mind, and that I have actually already shared this as my profile photograph in my Facebook. The phrase that will really remain with me is on the first day, we talk about mindfulness, but the phrase heartfulness is as important as mindfulness really struck me.
It's a soft pink lotus opening in the heart.
So for me, the image came that of a bird, very much in the center, and the wings really big and far and wide, and quite still. And then the word C came in. And for me, phonetically, C is, it's the alphabet C, but phonetically was the word C. And that's what came in. And then there was a barrage of words starting from C. There's care, compassion, collectivity, collaboration, communication, connection. And then it went on and on. And then I think somewhere my fuse went off because it was too much. But that's what came in. But what stayed was the way the bird was. I can't describe it, but somewhere in the way that the bird saw me and the word that the bird connected in her majestic presence, something shifted.
I'll echo heartfulness. I think that sums it up pretty well. Also, Dawood singing what I'd never heard before, which is Rumi's version of Nirvana Shatakam, was epic.
Yeah, a flame was growing from the depths and growing higher and higher, becoming larger and larger. Then all these people are being one flame each together. We join together in a very high, big flame, bright, luminous. We are all one flame.
A couple of images. One, it was that of lights. I saw in a temple that stream very steady. As all of us, we are light. Really, we are just keep on kindling it. And it was so beautiful image. I feel that each of us, we have that light just steaming steadily without an interruption. But then another image came is of the ocean, water with waves, and I saw we are all water. Sometimes there's wind, and then you create waves, but waves are not different from water. So we all in a mix. So conflict and all other things is part of being water. We cannot erase them, So I say, can we live like light? Just without being shaken, but just lighting, kindling everyone, giving light, spreading light and more light. And then also stay like an ocean or any water body that whenever there's wind, it just ruffled a little bit and then later on stay calm. So it's a constant waves and then they flatten, waves and flatten. And c'est la vie, that's how we live our life. Thank you.
For me, the image was of moist eyes, and actually Georgia's face, which I saw several times with moist eyes, that came in because, several moments that really melted the hardness away happened.
What came to me is dynamic oneness, and it came as an 8 in myself, and then it spiraled to you all. It was like a dynamic within myself and with you all, and up. So it was really a kind of very powerful moment. But when I try to get back into the conference or into all what I lived now and shared with you, so many things I cherish. Something that stuck with me is nature. Nature and learning and sharing nature. And the dolphin also. The dolphin and teaching from nature. teaching from the dolphin. I mean, I shared that session where you shared this treasure book. Right.
The image that came was of thousands of lotuses blooming together in a large pool of muddy water, maybe a representation of the collective inner flowering. And in one of the days, it was shared about truth as a greeting in Auroville. That stayed with me. And the path to that truth, because sometimes truth can get, my truth and your truth. The path to that is through connecting hearts, through love, through compassion.
A great laboratory, where magic laboratory, where we are the experiment. This experiment of human unity, where we can forget all our past to start another path, another evolution. When I hear Auroville is an experiment, I agree and disagree in the same time, because we are the experiment. We must be the experiment. Otherwise, we create another city like other, maybe some smart more, but nothing more. We are the experiment.
I didn't get an image, but I'm leaving with a feeling, a very strong feeling of trust. And I've kind of regained my trust in humanity. I think I see so much wisdom and love and immense power in each person here. And if this represents so many others around the world, I think things are going to work out even better than we can imagine. So I'm leaving with that feeling of trust. Thank you.
The image I got was of silence in the Matra Mandir, and the word is emotional in evolutionary intelligence.
I didn't see any image, but the thing which I learned and which I will take back and which I will try to practice till my last breath is to see a person as an evolving soul, to hear a person as an evolving soul, and to feel a person as an evolving soul.
Thank you. Thank you for the rich offering. The way our hearts harvest and synthesize and hold is quite different from the way the mind harvests. So let us hold this image, this phrase, the way it has emerged, and let it sink in deep. And whatsoever it is, the meaning or the dynamic force that can come out of it, dynamic action that can come out of it. So, coming a few minutes, I will just guide you through, just to close your eyes and hold this vision or image that has come to you relating to it, like a conscious presence within. A word or an image is just a doorway for the word, for the heart to reveal. So just to reconnect, feel your heart center. And now gently listen to the sounds, especially the fan that is giving us breeze. And the birds at distance. The farthest sounds, whatsoever you can listen to. And as you listen far and wide, feel how you are expanding, widening your field of awareness, expanding, widening. And be that field, all containing vast field of awareness. And everything is perfectly all right as it is. The birds, the fans, the traffic, the people, everything. Be the all-containing field of awareness. And connect to your body. Feel the whole body, top to bottom, the entire skin. Breath gently rising and falling as it is. And recall once again the phrase or the image that came to you. All of us are different points of emergence. This word, this image, this phrase that has come to you. Let it be a doorway, a window opening. For a greater wisdom to find its expression through you. Behold it dearly, like a guardian. The gift you have received, you have brought in for the collective. Let its truth permeate your whole being. Thank you for your presence, your loving attention, all that you are. Your gift to Auroville is precious. It's a gift to the world in transition. And I would like to thank each and every one of you on behalf of everyone in Auroville and the world for the effort, for the attention, for the care. You have brought and offered. Gratitude.